Let the record reflect that Council Member Moreno has arrived, and we have a quorum.
We have the roll calls been made. Approval of the minutes of the February 11th, 2025 meeting. Moved by the chair.
Second.
Second by Councilmember Marino. All in favor? Aye. Ayes have it. So ordered. Madam Curran, the next presentation, please.
We have here a proclamation presentation to Mr. Jim Cook and Chris Bardell for their ongoing support and efforts within the New Orleans Police Department.
Guys, if y'all could come to the table, please. On behalf of me and my colleagues, this is an opportunity to honor two businessmen who are as much a part of the fabric of this community as anyone who's ever been here, especially when you talk about criminal justice. Mr. Cook and Mr. Bardell, other than running their corporations, have specifically loaned their time to criminal justice, public safety, making sure not only that all of our citizens are safe, but that the systems work to ultimately create justice. So, Jim, I know you're retiring from your position, I think, with the Criminal Justice Committee, and Mr. Bardell, I know you're not retiring from anything, but on behalf of the committee and my colleagues, this is just our chance to honor you guys and present y'all with proclamations, because there are a lot of people getting credit now. New Orleans has been the murder capital in about six different areas. We're always on that roller coaster, but usually whenever crime goes down, the system will get credit, but not the people who are involved, like you guys, not the people who are usually considered part of the criminal justice system. So this is a chance for us to specifically recognize you guys. So while we're leading the nation in many categories in crime reduction, while my district is at a 10-year low all time, an area that was stereotyped and branded just because of its demographic, we want to thank you guys for the roles that you play. Councilmember Morrell.
I've had the pleasure of working with both of you over the years. I certainly believe that there are no people in the city who truly understand the amount of work that you have put into this behind the scenes to make criminal justice work in the city of New Orleans. And I certainly hope that you can appreciate this token that's being presented today. It's just that it's an ongoing effort for us to thank you for all the hours you put into this, because these are thankless, unpaid hours dealing with issues that people don't see, and it's almost like you're elected officials. But you're not. So thank you so much for being here. We appreciate everything you do.
Thank you.
Councilmember Green.
Mr. Cook, Mr. Bardell, thank you for your work. It certainly is appreciated. We appreciate it, and I think that the public appreciates it as they see some of the progress that's being made in our city right now. In fact, I know that the public appreciates it. It's a very worthy endeavor to work with the New Orleans Police Department, which continues to make great strides in helping to keep our citizens safer. And the work that you all do is making a very significant difference in our city. People feel better. They're having Bible study where they didn't have Bible study before because they felt their windows were going to be broken and that people were going to be carjacking them. They're feeling better because there are fewer homicides in the city, fewer families are hurting. But most important is that we've established with your work a level of stability where our community feels very comfortable, and our law enforcement officers, especially at the NOPD, and I appreciate the work that you do. Thank you very much.
Councilmember Marino.
Thank you. Well, thank you to you both. Been knowing you guys for quite some time, and your level of expertise in the criminal justice system is truly tremendous. And just thank you for your many years on working on all different types of issues, whether they're here locally or even on the state level, working to ensure that we pass the right type of legislation that's going to keep New Orleans safer. So just thank you for all that you've done in your many years of service, really volunteering to do this level of work. Appreciate it.
And guys from you guys. Mr. Bardell, start with you. Jim. Jim?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, council members. When I arrived in the city about 13 years ago, I saw a degree of variability in the lives of my team at the Sheraton that exceeded that I've seen in any other city I'd worked. And so that was my passion behind getting involved in criminal justice and trying to understand it. And I think, as I've heard our chair indicate many times, that there are many lessons from the past that we need to learn. And one of those lessons in New Orleans is that when the community engages with law enforcement, with the other members of the criminal justice system in an active way and gains support of all parties to continue moving in the same direction, we get great success. And that's exactly what we've seen. And grateful for all of the members of the criminal justice system, because it is a single system. We need to provide support as well as enforcement. And that's what we're seeing today, and hopefully we can continue. So thank you very much. I'm honored to be recognized in any form, and grateful for this opportunity. Thank you.
Mr. Rydell.
Good morning, and thank you. Thank you for this honor. It is a tremendous honor for myself. What we're doing is really just supporting. There's so much that goes on behind the scenes of managing this city, the security of our people and our businesses especially. There's so many great folks that are doing that for us. And if more of us can do just a little, it's going to work out even better than where we want to be. But again, thank you for this award. I appreciate it.
Well, as chair on behalf of the committee in the entire city, Jim, you not only lead one of the most prominent hotel chains in America, but the countless hours and meetings, not only that you use your facility, your workers, my friends and family members who work there, they're honored to work with you. They talk about the fairness. They talk about how you balance your corporation with your commitment to this city. And I think there rarely has there been a CEO at that level who's reflected the level of humanity and purpose that you do. So thank you. And Mr. Bardell, we haven't known each other directly, but indirectly, and what you do with Juan Easton, the United Way, at-risk youth, mentoring many of the young men and women who worked for you, are CEOs of their own companies now.
Right.
They actually run their own businesses now. And people who know me, I usually say this, but it doesn't apply to your establishment. Fast food is fast at a Bardell restaurant. And
Thank you.
you've continued that theme and that work ethic. So I'll read these proclamations and then we'll present them to you guys. Whereas the city of New Orleans is renowned for its food festivals and famous citizens and foreign visitors, whereas the city council takes great pride in paying tribute to events and activities, now therefore be it proclaimed that the city council recognizes Chris Bardell, New Orleans City Council Criminal Justice Committee, for your commitment to public safety, and as a board member of Crime Stoppers for Greater New Orleans, and your ongoing support for the New Orleans Police Department at the request of myself, but signed by all of our other members. And the same reads for Jim Cook, the Criminal Justice Committee, for dedicating significant time to supporting issues in criminal justice and being an advocate for several policy and resource improvements that have led to a safer city for our residents and our tourists. Guys, let's give them a hand, please. If the council would join me, we'll come and make these presentations.
took it later, Jim. Good to see you the other day.
Stand here while I'm moving. Stand here. Behind me. Ms. Curran, you ready?
Sure, your next item is we have contracts to consider pursuant to Council Rule 57, this is amendment number 12 to the professional services agreement between the City of Phelps Dunbar for legal services and the Prison Litigation Reform Act.
Yeah, and before we get to the next item, I want to apologize to our two at-large members. It was no disrespect for me sitting in one of their chairs, but it's been known to me now that both our president and our council vice president would like to maintain their seats even during committee meetings. So it was just always my intention that, you know, when we chair a committee, you would sit here, but I do understand, given the importance of their position. So I'm going to chair the meeting from the side, so our at-large members could get their seats back. And please forgive me if someone maybe thought it was a sign of disrespect. It's, you know, just been kind of custom, but they deserve to have their seats. They're the policy leaders and the decorum and order of the meeting. So I have no problem chairing from the side, guys, so I'm going to move to the side, but we're not going to belabor the meeting. Thank you, guys.
Do we have anybody to explain the contract?
Identify yourself, please.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Andrew Gregorian. I represent the law department.
Any explanation for these contracts?
For the Phelps Dunbar contract, it just related to the OPSO consent decree. It just continued litigation. At this point, I know that we're still working on the consent decree, so it's just an extension of time and to add some funding.
Any comments from Councilman Morrell?
Yes, real quickly, is a 2-year extension standard?
No, it's generally a 1-year extension.
Okay,
Sometimes there are extensions for additional time.
so what was the rationale for doing a 2-year versus a 1-year?
For this one, there was, we discovered that the previous extension that was routed was not fully executed, so just for transparency, to make sure it was cleanly done, we did a 2-year extension to make sure that there was no issues.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
Any other council members? Councilmember Marino.
Give me the extension amount one more time.
The amount of the extension,
You said free?
January 1st, 2020, the time extension is through January 1st, 2024 through December 31st, 2025. 2026, excuse me, sorry.
It's retroactive then?
Yes. Well, it's just to clean up the paperwork part of it. The contract was always there. We just wanted to make sure the extension was properly in writing and executed.
So is this another contract where we pretty much have people working without an active contract in place?
The contract was there, the previous extension wasn't executed apparently fully, so we were just trying to clean up the paperwork. I think it's arguable whether it was, but to be clean, yeah.
I understand.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Any other comments from colleagues? Councilmember Green?
No, I'm fine.
No? There being no objection, I move. Any second? Second by Councilman Morrell, all in favor? Ayes have it, so ordered. Thank you. To be moved to the full council. Ms. Carr? And if there are groups that are not here, Ms. Curran, we'll move the ones who are here up so that we don't disrespect the time of the people who came on time.
This is our section of the meeting where we're going to hear from the public safety agencies and their quarterly reports. First up, we have the Independent Police Monitor.
And that is the Independent Police Model, Ms. Ahmed. Thank you. And we appreciate all the work you're doing, absolutely.
Good morning. Thank you so much.
Good morning.
Council. I'm Stella Cement, the Independent Police Monitor for the City of New Orleans. I'm joined with Chriselle Williams, our Deputy Police Monitor. Thank you so much for having us. We always appreciate these opportunities to be able to directly address the council and the public. And thank you to the committee chair for accommodating our schedule requests. We greatly appreciate it.
Ain't nothing like being respectful and patient and forgiving. We forgive all the people who are not here already.
So today we're going to briefly provide an overview of our quarterly oversight data. We're going to outline some relevant changes and updates that have happened both politically and legally. And then we're going to provide the council with an idea of our progress on the projects that we identified in November 2024 during our budget presentation and in our 2025 work plan that's available online. So first, addressing our quarterly data regarding oversight work. This year, so far, we've received 17 complaints of officer misconduct, the majority of which, over 75%, came from civilians who are willing to name themselves and identify themselves. We always want to highlight that as a win in the accountability system because that means that people are willing to have their name, their identity shared with the police department, and that is a sign of trust and a sign of faith in the accountability structure that exists today. We received a quarter of the complaints have been anonymous complaints, and we will highlight that anonymous complaints can include complaints from civilians, individuals in our community, and can include complaints from individuals who are currently or previously employed by the NOPD. And we highlight those things just because it is evident from the complaints submitted that it does include both of those populations. In the last 12 months, the majority of the complaints we've received regarding the NOPD have come out of the 8th District. The OIPM is not concerned about that identified pattern because the majority of the interactions that the public may be having with officers in the Field Operations Bureau tend to occur out of the French Quarter and area, this Central Business District and the Marigny. So again, we're not concerned about that pattern at this time. Last year, we finished 2024 with 130 complaints regarding officer misconduct. So far this year, we have received less complaints than we have in previous years. We're looking at whether that is a sign of increased satisfaction with NOPD services, whether that's because additional policing services have been completed by other law enforcement agencies in the city, and so there's less encounters with NOPD officers, or if this is a byproduct of some new interfaces that we're utilizing for our web and online submission, which we will discuss in more detail later in the presentation. But we are exploring all of those ideas just to make sure that, that this isn't a drop-off due to a lack of accessibility. So far this year, we have had 3 critical incidents. We have monitored 2 firearm discharges, one of which includes the Bourbon Street terrorist attack. And we have no negative observations or concerns. We've been on scene, immediately notified of the critical incidents. We've monitored every step of the force investigation, team's investigation, and at this time we have no concerns that we view need to be shared publicly. In terms of disciplinary hearings, we have monitored 7 disciplinary hearings so far in 2025. The council can see that there is a drop-off in the number of disciplinary hearings that occurred in 2024. OIPM is not concerned about that drop-off. We account that change in the number of disciplinary hearings that occurred in 2024 as an example of the police department actually no longer being in that years-long backlog that the NOPD previously had. So now that they're more up-to-date and they're actually abiding by all of the timelines that we identified in the rule to show cause regarding the consent decree in the past, we're seeing that fewer disciplinary hearings are occurring. And again, that's not a sign of any change in the accountability structure. It's just a sign that we're no longer hearing cases from 2016, now 5-10 years later. So that's a good thing. Our accommodation requests, as always, is a very mixed bag. And I just want to use this opportunity to remind the public who might be watching that we do take accounts of positive policing, and it is a valuable opportunity to provide feedback to both us and to the police department about what is going right. And those are learning opportunities. Instead of always focusing on what is going wrong as your opportunity to learn and grow, let's talk about an example of positive policing or how you were properly and effectively served by a police department in order to be able to learn from those experiences. Our community police mediation program continues to grow. Last year we saw an increase in the number of mediations that were conducted. We completed 33 community police mediations. And again, this is an opportunity for the police department and for the community to sit down across the table from one another and have candid, honest, real conversations about what's working, what isn't working, and how everyone felt in that encounter. So we highly recommend that anyone watching utilizes this program, and already this year we're seeing an uptick in the amount of people that are saying yes to community police mediation.
Ms. Simmons, excuse me.
Yes.
Before you move forward, I wanted to ask you about that. In the past we used your office when I was working with beef mediators and peacekeepers to do mediations as an outside organizations. Are outside groups still utilizing that space to do mediations, not just with police, but with community and organizations?
Actually, yes. Thank you, Chair. We actually do receive requests for our office to mediate between different partners in the criminal legal space. And in the policing space, we are also piloting a program where we're going to do community-based mediations for individuals who are utilizing the police department in ongoing feuds in the community to be able to instead step into those spaces, those conversations, and see if we can't provide some type of service that would take the pressure off the police department and enable the community to be able to resolve a problem without calling 911.
Well, you guys were helpful then, even though many of us were trained in conflict resolution and mediation. Y'all were always on standby and helpful. And I think the 2 or 3 that I did there, they were always all successful, but you guys were always a backdrop and ready to help. So I just wanted to know if those types were continuing. I think the last one that I did there was a dispute between some folk who worked at the old Magnolia CJ Beat housing development with some community folk, and that was the last one. It worked itself out, but you guys were always helpful.
Thank you so much for that feedback. Yes, we do try to be available. Again, it's just a creative way to be able to resolve conflict that might lead to 911 calls that are just possibly unnecessary and bogging down the system. Our community liaison work is an opportunity for us to be able to facilitate conversations between detectives and investigating officers and the community members that are utilizing their services. These are moments, these are touch points that might have come to our office initially as a misconduct complaint, but instead we're able to facilitate a conversation and find a way forward outside of the misconduct structure. And we just think this is a valuable chance for people to be able to receive the goal that they're actually seeking, which might be just a phone call, an update on a case, better communication with their detective without having to utilize a timely and unnecessary misconduct system. We also saw an increase in our contact onlys. Our contact onlys is an area where we engage with community questions that do not necessarily have to do with the NOPD. We saw an uptick, and that's because in this last year we have seen an increase in other law enforcement agencies in New Orleans providing services to the community, and individuals are, say, unhappy with that service or concerned about the service that they received, and they're notifying our office. What we do is we ensure that that individual gets to the agency they need to get to be able to bring those concerns to those individuals for possibly investigation or resolution. In 2024, our office conducted over 100 community outreach events, and we launched the Monitors Mic. And the Monitors Mic is an opportunity for us to be able to reach the public on a different platform in a passive way, so that way the public can receive more information about the services that the NOPD is providing, why policing happens the way that it happens, and how different stakeholders in the system engage with one another and might actually influence crime, policing, and the criminal legal system and oversight. I think the proclamations that were given today is a great example of how the different pillars in our community all work together, and it's important to be able to demystify that process for the public and for the public to feel empowered and equipped to be able to navigate that system as they need to. So we just wanted to highlight who our guests have included, and they've actually included a lot of the council that's sitting up today. And we look forward to continuing the show. I will say that we're going to have on some reporters in the coming weeks who are going to actually be reporting, who are going to be interviewed about how their reporting influences and frames policing, crime, and oversight as we know it in New Orleans. So we look forward to that dialogue.
And I'll ask you a question, especially based on I've participated with you guys before, and I think it's made a difference in informing the public. Are we finally getting to not just a systems of criminal justice, but the criminal justice system? Do you see some of the success we're seeing now being part of the criminal justice system, not just different systems working independently?
Yes, I would say that anytime you see the silos get broken down, that's going to be beneficial for the community, and you're going to see these patterns, hopefully, in crime change. And I think that is what we're seeing today. We also just wanted to make sure that our community is very aware of what the police department does, but also the limitations that do and should exist on our police department, and then be better equipped to be able to advocate for themselves or advocate, say, for change to the appropriate actors in that system. We just want to make sure that we're in a space where police officers are doing what only police officers are supposed to be doing. So moving on to oversight updates, we just wanted to highlight some political changes because our office does receive a lot of questions about, say, how national politics trickles down and affects everyday New Orleanians and the police department that they rely on. So on January 22nd, yes, it was announced that the Justice Department froze civil litigation regarding civil rights litigation regarding law enforcement agencies. So for anyone that was following the Department of Justice's investigation into, say, the Louisiana State Police, we imagine that this litigation freeze is now going to affect any possible exploration into a consent decree into that department. We do not anticipate any litigation freeze influencing the NOPD, influencing the consent decree, influencing the sustainment strategy in any way. Now, how does national politics affect local oversight? We will say that our office is the product of the Home Rule Charter, so we are a product of local law. So that means if there's any conflicting federal law that's implemented or state law, that could be difficult for our office to be able to still have the legal protection that we've had in the past. So we're just highlighting that as we exist right now, and because we are a component of the sustainment strategy, we envision that we will remain federally protected during the remainder of the sustainment strategy and the sustainment period. But again, that protection is not absolute, and it is not forever. We are always looking to our neighbors in the southeast and all over the country to see if there are threats to local oversight. And we are watching the changes that have occurred in Florida, Tennessee, and possibly even Iowa. And that said, we look to those states, we try to learn from those experiences, and we try to make sure that our office is prepared for any legal or legislative attack that it might have to survive through. In terms of the consent decree, on January 14th, our city moved into sustainment. The sustainment period was granted by the federal judge. This does not mean that NOPD is in full compliance with the consent decree, but it does mean that NOPD has shown that they are prepared to be able to move into the next phase of the consent decree. And this next phase will exist for 2 years unless it is extended through a federal court ruling. Now, two factors within the court's ruling on January 14th are being appealed. So the City of New Orleans filed a notice to appeal on February 5th on two of the parts of the ruling. The first part being the city's motion requesting the termination of the consent decree, and this is from the 2022 motion that was filed by the City of New Orleans to terminate the consent decree in its entirety. That was denied by Judge Morgan, and it is now being appealed. The second part that is being appealed is the city's motion to enroll the Louisiana State Attorney General as co-counsel. That was also denied without prejudice by Judge Morgan, and it is now being appealed by the City of New Orleans. So what does sustainment mean for New Orleans? It means that the consent decree as it existed continues. All of those obligations that existed under the consent decree and all of the remedial action plans are still in effect. But the federal monitors have taken a step backwards, and you're seeing local oversight, such as the Office of the Independent Police Monitor and the Office of the Inspector General, take a step forward in terms of our role in providing a lot of the technical assistance and audit checks that the federal monitors were once providing. So let's move to our project progress. We're utilizing the same color system that the council requested during the November budget hearings. These are the goals that we highlighted in November. This is the progress that's being made on those goals, and some of these are actually goals that we highlighted in our 2025 work plan. We wanted to just draw the council and the public's attention to our progress on 3 specific goals today. The first one is the building and launch of our 24-hour hotline, which is a project that I'm sure everyone is tired of me discussing because it has been a multi-year project. But we're happy to say that it has been soft launched this month. So this phone number, 1-877-225-6476, is live. The public can call it anytime, any day, in English, Spanish, or Vietnamese to be able to report confidentially or with their name any form of police misconduct or positive policing. You can also receive updates on previously filed complaints by calling that number. Additionally, you can text that number to be able to report any of this officer misconduct that you would like to be able to report. We're also utilizing this service as our web submission. We're using this opportunity as a way to be able to soft launch so we can test and identify bugs in the interface, problems that we might be having in call rates, and just see how the software is working in a real system. We're going to be doing a hard launch in the next couple months, which will include billboards like the mock-up that you're able to see here in the presentation. An additional project that is in progress is our public-facing misconduct database. After much confusion and a lot of start and stops, we're happy to report that the RFP process is complete. A vendor was selected, the contract was routed and finalized. I believe we're just waiting on the law department to sign off, and then everything will be done and we'll be moving. So now the OIPM can start providing mock-ups of the database to the vendor for the website to be constructed, and this is a product of Resolution 20-175 from 2020 to build the public-facing misconduct database, so that way members of the public and the police department and any other stakeholder alike can search for individualized data about officers regarding use of force, misconduct, and awards and accommodations. We're also in progress with creating a virtual public police archive. So right now, phase 1 of these archives is available online. You're able to peruse numerous resources such as police operation manuals from the 80s and the 90s, SOP, standard operating procedures, multiple reports written or articles written about policing, and oversight from the last 30 years. And this is an exciting archive project that we've been working with local stakeholders on, including Civil Rights Attorney Mary Howell. And we're excited to house this information so that way it can stay in the public sphere forever. If you would like to learn more about any of our other projects, please check out our monthly reports, which are all available on our website, where we provide detailed updates on everything that we're working on. You can also go to our social media platforms, and you can check out our 2025 work plan. So that is our presentation. Are there any questions from the council?
Councilmember Green.
Yes, thank you for your presentation. Clearly, the New Orleans Police Department is overseen by your office and many other entities. So, I know that there is sufficient oversight of this police department. But let me go back to OIPM complaints. When does it get to a point, or what happens after a complaint if it comes in anonymously? When do we get to the point so that the public knows where it's determined that the complaint was unfounded in some certain instances, and that information is removed from an officer's jacket?
So there's two components to that. If an individual truly files anonymously, we're not able to provide that individual with, say, an update on that case. They would have to they would have to file like a public record request to be able to learn of the outcome of that case. If that individual provided any type of information to our office to be able to provide an update, we will. A lot of the anonymous complaints that we receive might be the result of ongoing issues that have received a lot of public scrutiny, in which case hopefully the public would be able to receive updates through the media, because that would be an ongoing story that might be followed. Otherwise, now through our 24-hour hotline, complaints could be filed anonymously, and you will receive a individualized tracking number, and then you can call the hotline, provide that tracking number, and receive updates on your complaint. So we are moving towards a direction where confidential or anonymous complainants can be able to receive more information about that complaint. Now, the second part of your question, which was the idea of if it's unfounded, when will it go off an officer's jacket? Well, it wouldn't be a part of an officer's public-facing jacket.
And that's a technical term that I use. I guess I shouldn't have used that term, because the bottom line is that when does an officer get notified that the complaint has been unfounded?
The officer would be notified as part of the investigation process, so the investigating officer would have to immediately inform the officer of their findings, and then as long as the superintendent signs off on that, the officer would receive notice of disposition within 30 days.
So recently, for example, you received 140 complaints in a year, 2023?
We received approximately 130 complaints in 2024.
What percentage or what number do you think were complaints that were then dismissed over time because they were unfounded or couldn't be proven?
So that number, some of those complaints are going to be redundant complaints. Like an example would be when the NOPD shot a dog uptown. We received, I believe, 15 complaints about that shooting of the dog. So when that matter was resolved, in theory, 15 complaints were resolved with it. Similar with the tear gas incident on the Crescent City Connection Bridge. So those are not always about original encounters with the police department, and that's why I highlight that, because for me to be able to say like 50% of our complaints were found to be substantiated and 50% were found not to be, that doesn't mean that 50% of those encounters or interactions might be treated differently.
So it's important for the public to understand, if they want to interpret these statistics, that 130 doesn't mean 130 complaints filed on different actions involving officers
Exactly.
of the NOPD.
Exactly.
That's important for the public to understand, because when you look at these numbers, it suggests that it's 130 complaints, and that there's 130 incidents. So if I'm an officer or if I'm representing officers, I'm concerned. So now I'll ask you, approximately what percentage of that 130 would have been sustained?
Approximately, I would say 25%. That sounds about accurate.
So throughout 2023, for example, there might have been 35 sustained complaints. Could you define sustained? Was the officer found to have been in violation of city policy, and then what actions might have been taken?
So the actions that might have been taken could range. They could range from a letter of reprimand or oral reprimand all the way to termination, which one officer was terminated, I believe, 2 weeks ago as a result of an incident that was brought to the police department's attention by the LAPM. So there is going to be a difference in results. I think with this work, focusing on the results might not always be the right way to analyze this data, because there's a lot of people that will go to the grave saying that they felt disrespected or mistreated by a police officer no matter what the outcome of a misconduct investigation was. And we want to be able to draw attention to that experience and that perception, even if that experience and perception ultimately isn't validated by the police department that's conducting this investigation. Which is why we have now piloted and have launched a post-investigation mediation process for individuals who actually file a complaint of officer misconduct, receive their finding of exonerated or unfounded, and then still want an opportunity to be able to address that officer's behavior. That individual can opt into a post-investigation mediation where they sit down with that officer and talk about how that experience might have made them feel or where their concerns were. We've so far had a high success rate with this program. We just launched it at the tail end of 2024.
What do you consider a success? That the officer willingly sat down with someone?
The officer willingly sat down.
So you would say then that the NOPD has provided very significant support for that process, because you say that it's a success. So I just want the public to walk away understanding, and maybe, this is the time to do so, Mr. Chair. I just want to make sure that we walk away understanding this, that in 2023, there were 140 complaints. Many of those may have been multiple complaints filed against the same incident. You estimate that 30 to 35, because you said 25%, or so were found to be quote-unquote sustained, but that doesn't mean that officers were found to have been guilty of violating particular rules and regulations of the department, or does it mean that?
If it's sustained, it means that there was a violation of some sort.
Right, so in particular instances of it being sustained, one of the remedies is the New Orleans Police Department cooperates with your office and has the officer sit down with the person who complained?
That might be a component after the disciplinary process or after an investigation is conducted for our post-mediation complaints. And again, I do want to highlight, a success for the department where there is one. And this is an example of that, because these officers who are sitting down,
I want the public to know.
they're doing it, they're doing it entirely voluntarily. Whereas if you do this as part of the investigatory process, then your complaint is actually dismissed, it's resolved as mediated. But here, the officer is agreeing to do it after they received a finding of unfounded, meaning that they were found not to be responsible for any type of violation, and they're still willing to sit down with this member of the community because it's important to them that they hear from this member of the community and that they build a bridge where there might not have been one. And we think that's really admirable because it's hard to sit down with someone who's unhappy with you, and for you not to have to do that and to choose to do that, we think that's a sign of the NOPD wanting to focus on, I don't know how to put it, like customer service, but truly it's community building.
Community service. They're interested in the community, so they sit down with someone, even after they've been found to be not guilty is not the right word.
Right, but not responsible for any
Not
policy
responsible for
violation.
action. I just want that to be shared with the public, and I don't want the public to walk away looking at 140 incidents because it's not 140 incidents. It's 140 complaints,
Right.
but not incidents.
And again,
And we have 900 officers who make thousands of arrests every year.
yeah.
And the arrest is very difficult. No one wants to be arrested. At the end of the day, they don't just say, maybe a small percentage, they take me in, but at the end of the day, officers have to communicate with them, they have to properly search them, they have to properly touch them, they have to put them in handcuffs in the right way. So in the midst of the thousands, how many arrests do you think took place last year in the New Orleans Police Department?
I couldn't even.
All right, I'm going to ask somebody from the New Orleans Police Department. Yes, I'm going to ask a member of the New Orleans Police Department, unless it's in here. No, I haven't read it because I just saw it. To report on the number of arrests that took place last year, and then I'd like to compare that to what you say is 35 incidents or so sustained relative to complaints filed. But I'm also glad that you had an opportunity to mention that officers will sit down with members of the public even after they've been found to have not engaged in the type conduct that was suggested and still work their issues out.
Exactly, and I will say that, like, all of this data needs to be read through an eye towards looking at other parishes and police departments and other police departments across the country and recognizing that we have some of the most accessible ways to file complaints on officers. At this time, we don't have any type of timeline requirement. We don't have any requirement that you take a polygraph test or drug test, that you come in with a lawyer, that you notarize a document. We have none of those chilling mechanisms that exist all over this country to cut down on numbers. Here, NOPD has open doors, and our office is making it even easier to be able to file complaints against officers. So we're saying that this is actually a sign of the system working as it should. You want to see a reduction, say, in complaints, of course, but you want to see the right type of reduction, not because people are being bullied, intimidated, or the process is impossible to navigate to be able to file the complaint.
Thank you for the work that you do, and members of the media who are watching, please pick this story up too. Thank you.
Of course, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Semen. You know, it's really not always about a sustained complaint.
Right.
It's about an opportunity to engage in what 21st century policing is and what it looks like. So, though complaints may go up, it's an opportunity to take a look at that officer in that community to educate them so that you can have a much better result. Thank you for that, Councilmember Green. We shouldn't just look at the number of complaints or sustained complaints, but the opportunity to have better policing and better public safety. Any other comments for Independent Monitor before we move to the next? So thank you guys very much.
Thank you so much.
Ms. Kern.
Next, we have the police department. If anybody's here.
And let the record reflect that Chief Kirkpatrick is out at an officer's funeral or at a funeral service, so she'll be represented by her command staff at today's Criminal Justice Committee meeting. So Chief Kirkpatrick, safe travels, and our prayers go out to the family where you'll be representing, I think, all of us in the entire city today. Guys, when we start this, just identify yourselves and who you are, and you can start your report, and then we'll take questions from council members. And thank you guys for leading the way in some of the reduction we have on understaffed force, but definitely not underutilized. And I think each part of the criminal justice system, as we saw earlier, is giving us the kind of results that we want to maintain, not just for this period, but hopefully for the next several decades or centuries. Ms. Khan, who's going to take the lead? Deputy Chief?
Yes. Good morning, Mr. Chair, men and women of the council, Deputy Chief Lawrence Dupree, Office of the Superintendent, and I'll let them self-introduce.
Stephanie Landry, Deputy Chief of Management Services Bureau. Good morning, Major Precious Banks, assigned to the Field Operations Bureau.
Good morning, Council. Major LaJean Roberts. I'm assigned to Field Operations Bureau. I oversee the 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 7th districts, as well as the Special Operations Division.
Good morning, Lieutenant Nicole Powell, Recruitment and Epic Investigation Section.
Guys, start your presentation.
All right, today I'm actually going to provide a high-level overview. Since the last presentation, several things have occurred within the city of New Orleans since that time. Of course, many of you have been part of that success, coming off of several events, and we now can classify it at the New Orleans Police Department, including all first responders, the council, the mayor's office, public safety team, can check off a successful response to a blizzard, a cold weather event, for lack of better terms. One of the things we intend to focus on today is infrastructure, crime stats, technology, recruitment, and our staffing. The superintendent has applied a diverse and experienced leadership team that reflects our commitment to reform and operational excellence. After the January 1st terror alert, our team adjusted quickly to ensure public safety during Super Bowl and Mardi Gras. With that, I will have our newest promotions of majors, Major LaJean Roberts, Major Precious Banks, present on both categories, so you all will be able to hear to them and the public this morning. So I'm going to ask Major Precious Banks to give a recap of what we experienced during Mardi Gras as a police department.
Good morning again. I'm Major Precious Banks. My assignments are the 1st, 2nd, 6th, 8th District, and the Reserve Division. I will give you a brief overview of the NOPD's 2025 Mardi Gras Crime Report. The data compiled in this report is obtained from our electronic police report system. The information is collectively and citywide. So the 2025 Mardi Gras season consisted of 12 days ranging from February 21st to March 4th, 2025. During this time period, there was a total of 493 reported crimes. There were 58 person crimes compared to 98 person crimes in the year 2024, which was a 41% decrease. There was a total of 435 property crimes this Mardi Gras season compared to 853 property crimes during the 2024 season, which resulted in a 49% decrease. Overall, of the 493 crimes reported during the 2025 Mardi Gras season compared to the 951 crimes reported during the 2024 Mardi Gras season, this resulted in an overall decrease of 48% in crime. There were 338 arrests citywide during the season. 28 arrests was for person crimes, 61 for property crimes, 27 of those arrests were for weapon-related offenses, with 25 of those arrests is for illegal carrying of a gun. 222 arrests were categorized in the other category, with the largest amount of arrests were for simple battery domestic, which resulted in 59 arrests. Along the parade route, there were 86 arrests, 23 felony, 31 misdemeanor, which also included court capers, 30 municipal, and 2 traffic. There were 18 guns confiscated from the parade route, which resulted in 17 gun arrests. On Tuesday, February 25th, it was the parade makeup day, and that day recorded the largest number of arrests citywide, which was 40 arrests. During the parade season, the 6th and the 8th district recorded the most arrests. 70 arrests were made within the boundaries of the 8th district and 67 within the boundaries of the 6th district. Those districts covered the majority of the Mardi Gras related festivities. The NOPD would like to thank our partnering agencies, the City Council, and the public for having a successful 2025 Mardi Gras season. Thank you.
Major Banks, thank you. Before you move forward, we know that the state has open carry laws now that Chief Kirkpatrick and you guys are on the books as opposing to trying to create special exceptions, especially for New Orleans or certain parts of our community. If you could explain to the public, if that's the state law, but you made these illegal open carry arrests, how were you able to do that and why? What was the reasons?
Well, along the parade route, there was an ordinance that you cannot carry a firearm within certain parameters of the parade route, and that's where those arrests took place, within those certain parameters.
Thank you.
And now I'll have Major Roberts briefly speak on Super Bowl.
So, once again, good morning, Council. And as it relates to the Super Bowl, I was the 8th District Captain at the time of the Super Bowl, and everything in the 8th District, that was the hospitality zone, everything related to the Super Bowl took place in the 8th District. The game itself, the NFL experience at the Convention Center, the team hotels, as well as Bourbon Street, the NFL honors at the Singer. So we were very busy in the 8th District, and I couldn't say how proud I was enough of the men and women of the 8th District, as well as NOPD as a whole. Law enforcement in general, all our public safety partners. My 26 years in law enforcement, I've never seen a collaboration as well organized, as cohesive as this Mardi Gras, this Super Bowl 59 in New Orleans. It was outstanding to see the collaboration, and it was outstanding. I don't think many things go perfect, but this was as close to perfect as possible. Super Bowl 59. Outstanding work all around the board. Our partners with Troop NOLA, OPSO, everybody did an outstanding job. The numbers show itself. Just alone in the 8th District, there were 292 crimes citywide during those 8 days, from February 2nd through February 10th. 292 crimes that's citywide. Of course, there were 50 property crimes, 50 violent persons crimes, and 242 property crimes. That's unheard of just alone in that hospitality zone in the city. Property crimes at an all-time low. The 8th District is the hub of all special events, so everybody converges to that hospitality zone. We saw no violent crimes through those 8 days of significance. We did have one murder in the city, but it was unrelated, anything as it relates to Super Bowl. Out of those 292 crimes, we did have 203 arrests. Outstanding. Most of those arrests took place in the 8th District, the hospitality zone. We had 9 armed robberies. Not only one of them was in the hospitality zone, the 8th District, during that Super Bowl experience. And out of those 9 armed robberies, citywide, 2 arrests were made. We had 4 simple robberies, 4 of which came in the hospitality zone, 2 of which arrests were made. And it was a collaboration of law enforcement all together, working together with Project NOLA, the camera systems, using all of our resources to effect these arrests. Gun arrests, like you just asked Major Banks, Councilman Thomas, we did make 13 arrests in the hospitality zone, more specifically on Bourbon Street during the Super Bowl. And we utilized everything. We did everything constitutional and ethical as it relates to the permitless carry. A lot of these individuals were in bars with illegal weapons on them. They had controlled dangerous substances, and those gun arrests were made. And it was in collaboration with all of our partners, Troop NOLA, the Orleans Parish Criminal Sheriff's Office, probation and parole. It was a joint effort. Everybody did an outstanding job. Like I said, this was the most cohesive operation I've seen in my 26 years of law enforcement working together to make Super Bowl 59 a huge success in the city.
Commander Roberts, before we move on, I want to stay there because you've been around 26, 27 years?
26 years, sir.
26 years. You know, some of us remember Jim Sieg, when Jim would especially handle a lot of the security and that coordination efforts for the NFL. What was different this time on the NFL's part? We knew a lot of factors came into place, and you named some of our partners. But what did the NFL do differently to give what we're having for our citizens right now? We're being touted as having the most successful Super Bowl ever. But if you look at NFL surveys, we've always, us in Miami have always been 1 and 2 back and forth, is where people would love to come to the Super Bowl. Many people wish that we would keep it here because of our city and walking in proximity to the Dome. But on the NFL side, especially you and I being in those meetings and understanding, what was different on their part?
NFL really stepped up to the plate. Of course, in 2013, when we had the Super Bowl here the last time, there were paper tickets. Now everything is much more up to date, up to speed. We have a lot more technology. NFL, the director of security for the NFL, Kathy Lanier and Michael Leary, they were boots on the ground 2 days after the terrorist attack to make sure that we were prepared for Super Bowl 59 in the next few weeks, I'm sorry. But it was a joint collaboration. We worked hand in hand. We ironed out a lot of kinks. We did have some differences. We met each other at the 50-yard line, and we made concessions to get what we needed to get done for the benefit of the city as well as for making the Super Bowl with the NFL a success.
And I wanted to mention that because you know and I know, especially if you've been around a while, that the NFL can be difficult
Absolutely.
To deal with. And our level of expertise in terms of special events, we've had to work hard to educate them, which they've used many of those tactics at Super Bowls in other cities. So it was good to hear that they were here early and they actually leaned on NOPD to actually give us what resulted as one of the safest and best Super Bowls ever. So I think it was important that you let the public know that.
And one of the things, Councilman, New Orleans is, of course, unique. We had a very small footprint to work with for Super Bowl 59, unlike Las Vegas or some of those other bigger cities. We had a small area to work with, and we started planning over a year. And it took some time, and then once we understood each other's limitations and boundaries, we worked together, and we made it happen.
Thank you.
Okay. And moving on, thank you, Major Roberts and Major Banks. The community look forward to actually seeing you all out there. This is pretty much going to be your executive team on the ground. As with Deputy Chiefs, more of an admin role. This will be boots on the ground, executive staff level out in the field. And closing on this particular slide, the Lawrence Police Department and the city as a whole and community finalizing a security plan with the Tennille Group to better protect Bourbon Street and the French Quarter. Nothing has been finalized, and it's going to take more input from all of our stakeholders. Update on infrastructure. The record services are now operational at DXC. Since our last presentation, we were transitioning the move. And so now people can actually come to the DXC building and actually obtain their records, reports, and et cetera. Several other noted infrastructure items are listed above. The AC systems issues across our district stations are being resolved, and we're actively addressing crime lab cooling systems after equipment failure. We are aware that as we go into the summer, we don't want the repeats. I know we get asked about the status of these stations, and so trying to be proactive on the front end and dealing with that. It definitely does impact morale of the officers. Crime stats, not going to go into...
Before you move to crime stats, questions about facilities. And I know Councilmember Marino and Jeruso had been on that piece long before I got on the council. where are we when you look at moving from headquarters? And some of the conversations I've had with the chief is about if we're moving from one building to the next, what happens with that asset? Are y'all still talking about that particular asset? Is there conversations with property management and facilities management about that location and its value and what we can do, especially now that you're comfortable in the DXC building?
And fair question. I would actually point out that we still have some resources currently at 715 South Broad, which is old headquarters. Fleet unit is still operating, IT, sex offender registry. So to answer your question, more likely than not, there will be some use of long-term in-game in regards to that facility. It's cost to be ineffective to manage two buildings.
And when do you think, along with property management, facilities management, do you think we'll get a report that talks about midterm and short-term or long-term use of that?
I can't provide it today, but I can get you an answer on that, sir.
Thank you, Commander.
You're welcome. The next few slides are dealing with the crime stat year-to-date. What's noticeable is our violent crime with the New Orleans Police Department. Never have I been proud to be a member of the New Orleans Police Department, and I know that the New Orleans Police Department is envied across the nation. If you look at briefly, and I will not go down every single Part 1 category, but we're 23% down in overall Part 1 persons crimes, 29% down in overall property crimes, total 28% decrease in violent crime, in addition to property crime across the city. This is some unique numbers. We're down in every category in the Part 1 persons crime, down in every Part 1 category except shoplifting in the Part 1 property crime. This is definitely in regards to collaboration, citizen input, trust in the police, businesses, the community, everyone getting involved to make their city safer. So, proud moment for the New Orleans Police Department. One of the stats I want to highlight, if you all can see where my mouse is the fatal shooting incidents. So, of course, the Jan 1 incident was not a shooting. A victim is a victim no matter what. But fatal shooting incidents year-to-date have been 15 compared to 37 same time in 2024. To include the Jan 1 victims, that's 28 compared to 38 victims from 25 to 24 for a 26% decrease. Hate to talk about victims in numbers, but that is our method of comparison when dealing with crime. And as you can see from the graph, that the crime across the city from 2023 to 2025 is heading in the right direction. This first slide represents year-to-date. Second crime,
before you move on, the shoplifting piece, and Chief Kirkpatrick and I have had some real intimate conversations about that, as well as Captain DeLarge, who's done a good job trying to respond. It's very difficult for entrepreneurs and business people to keep their doors open when their products are leaving under the coat, in the carriage, in the purse, and they're just walking by security and even officers with the retail items that they use to stay in business. It's a major issue downtown, at stores in the east, Algiers, all across the city. Is there anything specific, especially given that you guys are leading the way in most categories throughout this nation now? Are we coming up with a plan to protect businesses so that they can keep their products? Because if they have to close, then people lose their jobs, then it has a negative economic impact on our community and actually potentially closes more crime. What is the strategy? Are you guys working on a strategy so that folk are not watching their products literally walk out the door?
Yes, and to answer your question, there's actually a monthly meeting, not just locally, because a shoplifter knows no district boundaries, a shoplifter knows no parish lines. And so there's a monthly meeting of all the big retailers, as well as the small owners who may own one business or less than 5, where they meet every day, discuss at least once a month the challenges that they're facing. Because one tends to look at property crimes as a victimless crime because it's not a face. There is a face behind property crime, and we've seen that shift. That hey, it was one point in time it was hey, let's just get that quick right to report, move on to the next. Now we're really trying to find out these serial shoplifters, because this is not just random, not walking in and doing it in one and done. So answer your question in short, there's a plan to address shoplifting.
Great response, Chief. Councilmember Green?
Mr. Chair, and to the members of the police department who are here, but also this is a criminal justice hearing that brings together all of our criminal justice partners. I noticed that a couple of your statistics didn't go back as far as 2022. So, Mr. Chair, with your deference on this matter, I'd like to point out that in 2022, at this time, there were 71 homicides in our city. This year to date, 2025, there have been 32, of which 14 were unfortunately the members of our community who were taken out by that deranged terrorist. There were 115 non-fatal shootings at this time in 2022. There have been 43 this year. Your statistic doesn't go back on carjackings, maybe as far as I would go. So it's important for us to recognize as a community that at this time in 2022, there were 101 carjackings. Think about that, everybody. That's a carjacking a day in the city of New Orleans. We had gotten that bad in the city where these clowns were going around with guns, taking people's cars to the tunes of one a day, and many over the weekend sometimes when there wasn't one on a Wednesday. We've gone from 101 carjackings to 15 carjackings so far this year, which is 15 too many. It's the most ridiculous crime. I don't even understand it, taking a gun, taking a car, and going across the street. Armed robberies, 129 in 2022 versus 47. So there have been major dips in crimes that affect our persons directly. And I want to thank you, the members of New Orleans Police Department, our first responders to these type crimes, but to everyone who is here, because we can't leave this page without comparing where we were to where we are now. And I know that we still have too much crime in our city, and we're never going to be satisfied until we have no crime. But incredible progress has been made by you all and those persons who are in this room. And I know sometimes it's tough. I know sometimes it's tough because you have to deny bonds to someone, or you have a high bond because they are an enemy to the community or themselves. Then you all have to make arrests, and I know that it would be great if your officers were able to just patrol every day and not have to respond to the sound of gunshots or to make arrests. But that's all part of the work that you do, and I want to let you know that we appreciate it. But those numbers, I'm going to ask the media, look at 2022 versus where we are now and the consistent drops, and recognize and emphasize that we are making tremendous progress in our city because of your work and also because of the members of the New Orleans City Council. We've introduced legislation, we've introduced funding for more civilian personnel within the police department. We provided tools to the police department and trusted that the police department was going to do the right thing, and they did the right thing. We have substantial oversight because of legislation involving this council and the like. So I just want to emphasize, when we compare what is going on right now in our city, I want the public to know that we don't have complete safety, but we are absolutely safer than we were a few years ago. And I thank everyone in this room, and especially our first responders, for the work that you do.
Thank you, sir.
That ought to be a commercial, Councilman. That ought to be a recruiting commercial.
Join NOPD.org. Join criminal justice. Let that go viral.
Go ahead, Chief.
In continuing, some of the methods with reducing has been set forth by Superintendent Kirkpatrick is displayed on the screen. The gun reduction meetings drive coordination and sharing information across all districts and divisions across the department, in addition to information sharing with our local, state, and federal partners. The Omaha 360 model is helping us link public health with enforcement through wraparound services, and I believe both major banks and Roberts will be traveling to Oakland to view up close that model in May. On the technology side, Peregrine and Sound Thinking are being introduced to modernize how we collect and use data in real time. These tools support faster response and smarter crime fighting strategies. Sound Thinking, and you came to the meeting, Councilman Thomas and Green, I think everyone we've met on it, is a new ShotSpotter, and this isn't, for lack of better terms, our dad's ShotSpotter. This is going from Atari to, I would say, a PlayStation, and so more precise with identifying locations, putting us right on the spot in which we can hone in. And so in the past, broadly speaking, we would be within maybe a half a mile of an incident, but now it's going to put a cop on a dot with pretty much precision.
And I want you to highlight that, because you remember when I proposed that a couple of years ago, we had some opposition from elected officials in terms of its usefulness and why we should make that investment. But what you're saying now, the technology is such now that you're saying it's a helpful tool?
Absolutely. Absolutely. This is helpful. When it comes to, let's say, casings or gunshots being called in, a person inside their home can only guess where those noises are coming from. It could be miles away. This is going to not tell us miles away. This is going to put it pretty much to the spot, exactly.
So question, if we had this tool when I proposed it, did those interviews and conversations with you, you think it would have been helpful then?
Absolutely, sir. Absolutely would have been helpful.
Thank you. Councilwoman Moreno.
Thank you. For ShotSpotter, I know that some of the issues with ShotSpotter in the past had to do with maintenance of the software. And so, do we have that capacity now, or is it much simpler to utilize now that you don't need, because I'd hate to implement and then not have the maintenance and then it doesn't work. So is that resolved?
Yes, we've been assured, and that's sort of what Major Roberts was speaking in regards to Super Bowl. Everything is sort of resolved itself. I sat in on a meeting with ShotSpotter, and at one point they were outsourcing some of their tech angles. Now everything is actually done in-house.
Great.
So I think they have a better product, and we're going to test it. I don't think I'm speaking out of turn. We're going to pilot that in the 5th District. And so
it's in the presentation, so you're not speaking out of turn.
All right. Okay. All right, so our recruitment efforts...
Wait, real quick.
Sorry, go ahead. I'm sorry.
So the other thing, too, that other cities do with ShotSpotter that is effective, and I'm wondering if we can work on this integration as well, is that when ShotSpotter goes off, and it's like shots fired in a certain area, what happens then is that it triggers lighting to go up to a higher level. It triggers cameras, should they be in that area, to potentially be focused in on where the ShotSpotter point came. Is that a possibility yet? Or I mean, maybe too advanced for us, but I'm just saying that's how ShotSpotter has really been able to make a difference too, is because it integrates a lot of different city services and systems into all, like, lighting up to where that shot happened.
You're spot on. So it
Look at that, I'm spot on. Spot on with ShotSpotter.
It actually encompasses that. And also, so the technology also alleviates time wasted, because most often than not, it may not have been a gunshot at all.
Right.
So it works in that capacity also. So I think the city as a whole will be impressed with the product once we implement and go online.
Yeah, I'm so glad that you all are doing a pilot too, so that you can see, how well it will or won't work, and that you make sure that it's a proven product before implementing citywide. So I think that's a really smart approach. Appreciate it.
Yes, 6 months, and so we'll be able to speak on the results.
Thank you.
You're welcome. In regards to our recruitment efforts, we have multiple recruit classes that are currently training. With steady graduation dates set, lateral hires and reinstatements are increasing. our experience levels within the department, and we should be swearing in actually a reinstatement on next week. Our recruitment updates, multimedia recruitment campaigns is live across the region in conjunction with using our social media platforms to recruit as well. Our cadet programs and military outreach are building strong pipelines for future officers. Our civilian hires, most new civilian hires are supporting crime lab functions, which are essential for maintaining DNA accreditation. Some overall staffing and separations. As of now, we're staffed at a little over 1,283 personnel across commissioned, civilian, and recruits. We're tackling separations closely and continuing our focus on recruitment and retention. In closing, thank you all again for your time and partnership. While challenges remain, our path forward is focused and grounded in collaboration, innovation, and accountability. Superintendent Kirkpatrick and our entire department are committed to doing the hard work to ensure public safety and restore trust. We appreciate your continued support, and I'm happy to answer any questions you all may have.
Well, first of all, thank you, Councilmember Moreno, again for question.
Thank you. First, thank you to you all, the leadership, for really the tremendous job you've done in getting the crime numbers down. That's really commendable to you all, and of course Chief Kirkpatrick as well. Job well done. I just have a few questions that just kind of on lingering situations. Like first, the Tenero report. When can we expect to see the Tenero report, get a presentation on it? What's the latest on the Tenero report for the French Quarter?
That was a question actually reserved. I would...
for the chief?
Yes, for the superintendent.
That's fine. I'll talk to her about that. The other question that I had has to do with recruitment. I know we just went through that particular slide. With commissioned officers and recruits, we seem to kind of keep lingering for the past couple of years around 940, 945. What could be the difference maker on really pushing past that? And because the goal's always been, what, 1,200? Is that correct? Yeah. So what do you think could be the difference maker in pushing past that? Because it just seems like we're like stuck.
Right, and I've been watching that number fluctuate from 9 to 8, 99, 915. So I have Lieutenant Powell here, who's over recruitment, and I will let her tackle that question.
All right, for the past couple of years, I know the main focus was more regional, statewide. I think we're going to, especially when it comes to the television, radio, and billboards, we're going more further out regional, like Texas, Tennessee, Mississippi, Florida, those particular places. One of the things that I do want to do that's coming up is put billboards in other cities. That was a shock value. If you see, I want to say it was Fort Worth that did it in Dallas. And how they reacted to it was great. How the people responded to it was great. So I want to do something similar to those other cities where we see out-of-town people that come. We did assessment for 3 years, and we noticed that California, New York, Texas, Tennessee, Florida, Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, most of our out-of-town people come from those areas. So we want to put billboards in that cities, in certain cities in high traffic situations. Our biggest recruit fair is at the Baptist Seminary. We just had one a couple of weeks ago where we had 23 people that came and took the civil service test right then and there. These are individuals who's coming in, walking in, wanting to be the police and taking that. So we're doing kind of expanding our recruitment efforts kind of beyond Louisiana, kind of expanding beyond the area in order to get build up applications, get more people in the process. So that's some of the things that we're looking forward to do over the next couple of months.
Got it. We're seeing other cities bring in expert recruitment firms to try to, boost their numbers. Any thought in particular of potentially bringing in an expert firm to assist with that? I mean, obviously, all different types of businesses do that for, recruitment purposes for their own businesses, and other cities are doing it now for hard-to-find positions like police officers. So
I think that'll be a fair question, and I would take it back if she's not even watching now, definitely to Superintendent Kirkpatrick.
Appreciate it. The other question I have has to do with illegal firearm arrests that we've had now versus before we had the conceal carry, the permitless concealed carry law. What do those look like?
Well, the difference is going to be more negligent. The arrests are down, all right? They're down as we expected. And so the exact numbers I don't have in front of me, but we'll get it. But the numbers...
I'm going to help you out because I appreciate you all putting out these numbers. You put them out March 10th. I just think it's important to understand how this law has actually had an impact on, getting illegal firearms off of our streets. So this was from a news release put out by NOPD March 10th, and it said, this is for gun arrests, and these are the ones, obviously the difference between now and before we had this law in place. And it said, year to date, the NOPD has made 70 arrests for illegal possession of a firearm. This is a 58% decrease compared to 166 arrests made during the same period in 2024. Additionally, as of March 10th, NOPD in 2025 had seized 341 firearms in criminal investigations, a 45% decrease compared to 615 such seizures made during the same period in 2024. So, I think that's a huge deal. And so I think that it's so important that you all have this data handy should we potentially have to bring up this issue again in the Louisiana legislature, because from what I'm hearing, it may be brought up again. And particularly when we're talking about an area like the French Quarter, where we have such a densely populated, just a small area of our city, and where, firearm enforcement is incredibly important there, because when someone's going to go shoot their firearm, the propensity to shoot many people and innocent people just greatly increases. And so we talked about this when we were in the legislature together dealing with this particular issue. So I'm so glad that you all are keeping that kind of data, because it is important. And then my last question that I have has to do with, I'm incredibly concerned, I know the coroner is here, about the level of fentanyl deaths that we have in the city of New Orleans. The last opioid report that I saw that the city of New Orleans had showed that 89% of the accidental drug overdose deaths, 89% of those individuals had fentanyl in their system. So that's roughly 445 people. And so my question is, what is being done with the narcotics division to go after the drug dealers? I mean, look, the drug situation that we have in New Orleans, there's a lot of mental health and substance abuse help that is needed and necessary, but also for those who are supplying these incredibly dangerous drugs and often hiding fentanyl and other drugs. Like, what's happening on the narcotics side?
And so that's a part of the gun reduction. It's really more of a violence reduction meeting that the superintendent brought over from Oakland once per week, lasts a little over an hour, and that's what we're talking about. At one point, the focus was on shooters, people who were doing those murders, those carjackings, those robberies. With the decreases in those crime categories, now we can put up those other violent offenders, such as the ones that cause harm, selling drugs. People often associated also that a drugs dealer's crime was a crime against society, when it's not. It's a crime against us all. And so we are targeting them for the choices they decided to make, which is harm people and potentially to cause death. So we're treating them in the same category as we treat any person who chooses to willfully engage in destructive acts. So they are being targeted.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Before we get to Councilmember Green, as chair, I was trained to facilitate first and then allow my colleagues to go first. So, Councilmember Green.
Well, I have your number first. So I give you the number first.
How many arrests, and the public needs to know this, the number of arrests that were conducted by the New Orleans Police Department last year,
arrests were 7,296 arrests. I'm going to put a caveat. That's still a large number.
I don't have a problem with it because I don't think that you're all out there deciding that we're going to arrest people. There must be something going on. So go ahead.
Absolutely. And the caveat is simply we count an arrest by charge. So I can have 3 charges, and in some instances that can count as an arrest. So I don't want to mislead.
And those numbers have been much higher.
Yes, way higher than that.
Yes, 3 times higher.
But what is interesting in this caveat with this, the calls for service, the amount of time in which a police officer is interacting with the public, that has been a high number, extremely high number, and I'm comfortable with saying that it's been over 150,000 calls for service in which a person called for the police and the police were present, and we'll take out some of the other methods in which a police was not physically called. But huge numbers for a low incident in regards to violence or negative encounters. Go ahead, sir.
Well, thank you. Those are 2 very important numbers that the public needs to know. Over 150,000 calls for service. Also, obviously, there's somebody responding to all of those calls. Maybe some of them can get resolved by phone. But of the 7,000 arrests that have taken place, there were last year 35. Well, maybe not. Let me make sure that I get the numbers right because maybe they weren't found to be sustained last year. But we do know that there were 140 complaints against police officers out of 7,000 arrests.
Yes.
I think the number speaks for itself, so I don't have to belabor that point. The bottom line is that I think that, there's a lot that's going on, and I'll give the community credit because some of the oversight is helped, but also it's important to give credit where credit is due. Our law enforcement community is working well and is respecting our citizens, conducting constitutional patrols, constitutional arrests, and I appreciate that. Could you talk about the relationship between the New Orleans Police Department and First Troop NOLA, and then the New Orleans Police Department and the federal U.S. Attorney working with the FBI and others? Obviously, there have been successes there, but can you talk to the public about the general successes that you've experienced?
Yes, and actually, your question is a fair question. I can answer it, but the question is more appropriately to my right with Major Roberts, being that he had worked closely in this particular realm. I would just be parroting what he done personally. So, Major Roberts?
Yes, of course, during all of the special events, starting from last year in October with the 3 days Taylor Swift, our federal partners, our state partners, we've been working in collaboration to get these events going and make sure that everything was, public safety was paramount. So law enforcement working with Troop NOLA as the captain of the 8th District has been a huge success. We've had numerous conversations as it relates to crime, gun crimes, quality of life issues, the unhoused, working in collaboration with all those entities. Before we were all working in silos, and it didn't pay very good dividends for us. Now you can see the fruits of working together, how beneficial it is. So we're going to continue that partnership with all of our law enforcement partners and make it bigger and better and continue to grow it and cultivate it.
I've noticed that over the years it seems that the U.S. Attorney's Office has accepted charges or accepted evidence from the New Orleans Police Department at what seems to be a higher rate. I mean, I don't know if that's a fact or not, it's higher, but it seems that I see more prosecutions based on evidence collected by the members of the New Orleans Police Department. Could you comment on that for the public in terms of that relationship?
Yes, same thing for the U.S. Attorney's Office as well as the District Attorney's Office. We have DA liaisons that are embedded into each district to ensure that the cases meet the threshold for prosecution. So that's one of the things. So we have a very high acceptance rate. Before we were having issues with insufficient nexus, things of that nature, evidence collection, but now with that DA liaison embedded into each one of these districts as well as special operations, it's paying dividends for us. So we're collecting all the pertinent information, getting everything we need to bring these cases to the U.S. Attorney's Office and to the State's Attorney's Office for prosecution. Just working in tandem with all of them, and it's paying dividends.
Thank you for your work. So those inclined to crime need to recognize that the New Orleans Police Department is working well with partners. An example of that occurred recently at the corner of Crest Drive and Shepherdton Highway in New Orleans, in Gentilly, where on Mardi Gras night, I don't know if the public is aware of it, that at 10:30 at night, there was a stunt driving takeover of that intersection. But members of the New Orleans Police Department responded in a very timely manner, as did members of the Troop NOLA.
Yes.
They worked together. Troop NOLA does not have some of the constraints that the New Orleans Police Department has relative to pursuits, and so they pursued the subjects. As a result of that, to those who would engage in stunt driving, and we've been talking about that long enough, it's one of the silly things that you can do with a vehicle. You endanger people. There have been 4 arrests. There have been multiple vehicles seized. And because of the work of New Orleans Police Department and Troop NOLA, in this case especially Troop NOLA, whose members took on that risk of taking those, of doing those pursuits and successfully made apprehensions. And I will mention for the record that everyone who was arrested lived outside of New Orleans. Everyone. That happens so often in our city, and I want one day there to be an analysis of that. Just what percentage of some of this crime is committed by people who come into town and think that they can run rampant on Bourbon Street or that they can take over intersections at their leisure? But the bottom line is that it's an example of the New Orleans Police Department working together with Troop NOLA, and I appreciate the work that you all do sitting at the table, because there has to be evidence, there has to be a first response, and there has to be cooperation. And that's another reason that our crime rate is going down, especially in the areas of violent crime and things that endanger others. Let me talk, just for, Mr. Chair, I have just 2 more questions. Talk about auto theft and auto burglary. Auto theft is down 45%, auto burglary is down 33%, and that's just 2024 to 2025. Compared to 2022, those numbers are much higher. But how can we reduce, talking to the members of the public, auto theft and auto burglary, because some of that is so preventable?
Yeah, and this is going to be the basic 101 in regards to public safety, and what someone may not, property in plain sight in which someone may not deem as valuable, someone else will, and most often than not, the most simplest deterrent is simply don't leave things of value in plain view. That's as simple as it is. And if someone leaves a charger, a phone charger, a computer card in plain sight inside the car, then one could assume the actual product is there. And so it just doing those safety tips, that's grade school 101. Just one, lock it up, and then just keep things in out of plain sight.
Right. There are also storage containers that people can use, and if you're going to have it in the car. But the bottom line is that vehicle burglaries would go down if we had fewer instances of the thieves being able to use a flashlight, look inside, and see that you have something on the seat.
Yes, and I also
all the time.
want to make it clear, I'm not victim shaming here or anything, but we jump out the car. I'm guilty of it. In a rush, leave a computer bag. Computer's not in the car, but those type of things where we could help mitigate our risk.
Well, it's not victim shaming. We want to reduce the numbers. And the bottom line is that if there was nothing ever left in any car throughout the city, then burglaries would go down because those guys talk.
Well,
they would talk online.
I can prove your point in regards to that, because if car burglars were just doing it for fun, the most easiest place to burglarize would be a car dealership if they were just breaking in vehicles just for fun. Obviously, they break into cars for property because it's more likely than not that something is within the vehicle.
It's a very good example. There are cars on dealerships throughout our city.
Right.
They go to neighborhoods where people have gotten out of their car after work and they've left things in their car. So I'm going to ask the public, no victim shaming here. Let's do everything that we can to take everything out of the vehicle so that we reduce the supply available to those who are inclined to that type of criminal activity. But thank you all for the work that you do. It's appreciated. Moving us in the right direction.
Any other comments from council members? A question? I think Chief Dupree said earlier, and I'll quote him, unquote, that you're focusing on serial thieves now, and folk who, especially whether it's caught theft or shoplifting, and I think if you're focusing on that group, it's their MO, or they have a rap sheet there. I think, Councilmember Green, that'll help take care of a lot of that, and I know you opened with that comment. A question, well, first of all, I want to thank Sergeant, is he Sergeant Nicky Shaggy Williams? Is just a police officer? He coordinates all of the second lines protection.
Nicholas.
He's a sergeant?
Yes, sir.
Hey man, big shout out to him. Since we had the meeting where we brought a lot of the culture bears and groups together, the conversation between the police department and him leading the way is just unbelievable. And how we haven't had any real incidents since then. And then the communication on the front end has been excellent. So I don't want this meeting to end without at least highlighting the fact that you guys, once our meeting was over, we didn't just highlight the problems. We actually worked with the department and with the culture groups and the second line clubs to make sure that there was open communication and solutions. So shout out to Sergeant Williams there. In the past, we had presence at the Sanchez Center in the lower Ninth Ward. At one point there was a police, I think a satellite office there, and I know that manpower and woman power and just labor is challenged, but there's increased activity there. Can we take a look at least since a canal divides it, that as we continue to grow in respect to success in that area, that we can have more presence there, especially since activity at the Sanchez Center has increased?
All right, and with that, which one of you would that district fall in? So that the answer to your question would be yes, it will, and that's where Major Roberts actually comes in. That's his role. He heard it firsthand. He can bring it back.
Yeah, when I was the assistant commander in the 5th District, we had that substation over there. So I'll inquire about it, Councilman.
And then lastly, and you guys are the experts. I mean, a lot of times we just ask questions or pose as experts because people will at least ask us to represent some of the issues that concern them. But one of the things that Chief Pennington did back in the day, from one of the studies was, they actually focused on criminal justice graduates at HBCUs and regional colleges in terms of recruitment. Is there any specific targeting recruitment for those, because those who graduate in criminal justice, they may want to look at other fields, but if they can start off as part of law enforcement, they'll do a few years and then move on to their prospective fields or professions in criminal justice.
Yes, sir, Councilmember Thomas. We actually participated in February at the HBCU Legacy Bowl, which is represented by 15 HBCU colleges. We also do career fairs at Southern, Grambling, all those HBCUs. We have great relationships with them. So we go there in the spring and the fall. So they're not only criminal justice, but other fields that's related to criminal justice, like sociology, psychology. We visit those students as well.
And Councilmember Green, in your concern about the stunt drivers, I'll share with you an interactive moment with myself and the chief. Chief, they're barreling down 2 lanes, and they're obstructing traffic and endangering drivers. Now they're headed downtown, almost to Loyola. Chief, we're on it. We'll call 911. They're off-road vehicles, and they just almost ran a lady off the road. Chief, on it with 911, and evidently you guys responded, and it was dealt with. So that was my interactive moment with the superintendent, who, of course, probably relayed that to you guys. So it was a situation that was handled.
Mr. Councilman, I get calls from time to time from people who say, I hear them, they're outside. Can you call somebody? So we call them. But I want to applaud the public for calling in, too. That incident that was broken up on Mardi Gras night. See, those are the stories that the public doesn't hear, and you all quietly, along with Troop NOLA, just got the job done. 3 officers put themselves at risk conducting those runs. One guy was up to 100 miles an hour, and they had to put down spike strips to arrest him. But no, see, that's the kind of story to me in terms of a police success that should be at the top of the page. A success happened. Yes, we had a takeover, but we had a success. But I just say all that. You know that you prompt me when you say those kind of things. I'm going to say more. You don't need prompting. I'm going to say more. But I also want to put something out for consideration, is that a lot of those stunt driving incidents have taken place on state property. I want you to know Elysian Field Avenue near Jim Tilly, St. Claude Avenue, Sheffmantua Highway, Sheffmantua Highway at Downman in our district. Those are state highways. And I want to encourage the state to continue to use its resources in terms of prosecution to make sure that those who are engaged in this activity recognize that there are consequences for it and it's dangerous for them as well as for all of the spectators. But the bottom line is that I do know that there's a lot of fouling. I just wish the guys would just stop it. You take over an intersection just because you're being mean, because you don't care about the people who are spectating, because you're just trying to get attention. And much worse is that it's one of the stupidest things that you can do with a vehicle, to put bleach on the ground so that you can create smoke so that you can get video views. That's really stupid. But now those people who were arrested as of Mardi Gras night face state charges. There will be potentially imprisonment.
Breaking news. People will always do people's stuff.
Yep.
And stuff ain't the word that's usually used. On recruitment, one of the great pastors in our community, Pastor Raymond, who works with our kids in the criminal justice system, said we can't let y'all leave without giving y'all a shout out. Even though recruitment is a challenge, the methods and the outreach y'all are doing, especially given what Pastor Raymond is seeing, is some of the most outstanding he's seen in a long time. So thank y'all for that. Thank y'all. Any closing comments, Chief Dupree?
No, sir. Thank you all for hosting us.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Curran.
Next up, you have juvenile court.
Especially on these, in this area. For mine is.
Guys, we're going to continue to move. I know the weather's challenged outside, and we want to respect all of the partners here. So if there's an agency that's not here, Ms. Curran, we'll move up one of the agencies, because some have been here actually since before the time. And judges, thank y'all for being so patient with us. We respect your time. You can identify yourselves and start your presentation when you're ready.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks for the opportunity to be here. My name is Renard Darisburg. I serve as a judge in Orleans Parish Juvenile Court. Section F, we have with us here today our Chief Judge, Judge Candace Bates Anderson, who serves as judge in Section C, and Judge Desiree Cook Calvin, who serves as judge in Section E of Orleans Parish Juvenile Court. Judge Clint Smith could not be with us today. He serves as judge in Section A in Orleans Parish Juvenile Court. And we have our Judicial Administrator, Ms. Yolanda Johnson, from the court. Thank you all for the opportunity to be here today. Good morning. As we move into the 117th year of the opening of Orleans Parish Juvenile Court, we want you and the community to know that the juvenile court judges are equally committed to building and cultivating a renewed public trust and confidence in the juvenile justice system in New Orleans. The ability, of course, to fulfill this mission and perform their function is based on the public's trust and confidence in the judiciary. In large part, the judiciary earns its trust and confidence by faithfully performing its duties, adhering to the ethical standards, and effectively carrying out internal oversight and public review. For juvenile courts, this has been a challenge
because of laws around confidentiality of juvenile records and the limitation on the judge's ability to participate in public discourse regarding cases. Truth, though, is our best guidance, and we want to be as transparent as we can to the community that we serve. The vision of the Coeur d'Alene Parish Juvenile Court is to be a leader in administrating fair and equal justice in courts, and we value the enforcement of Children's Code and the laws of Louisiana. Today, we want to talk to you about at your invitation, we want to talk to you about some legislative initiatives, public safety issues, financial matters concerning the court, and our operational challenges. We know that this year there was House Bill 1 introduced into the legislature. It's called the Truth and Transparency Act. What this act did was to provide for the courts to provide information to the public relative to what's going on in the cases. A recent change in the law provides that judicial branch has provided the judicial branch the opportunity to communicate broadly to the public with greater ease and at far less cost. House Bill 1, or the Truth and Transparency Act, aims to improve sharing and delivery of information by the judiciary. The court would like to first acknowledge and thank the New Orleans City Council for providing the funding and resources necessary for us to be able to comply with this law on time. As mandated by the statute, the Orleans Parish Juvenile Court went online on August 1st, 2024, and has also updated the case files back as required to January 1st, 2024. This endeavor, as I say, was funded in 2024 through mid-year funding of this council at a cost of $42,666. We believe that as we move on with the program, it will cost about $53,000 per year. This is included and has been approved by our upcoming budget. As to this, for the public to find this information, we wanted them to know that they can go to eClerks Louisiana, that's eclerks.com, to gain this information where the dashboard will appear. We place for the public to see what the dashboard looks like. That dashboard will include information about the defendant's charges, the minute entries, and what's coming up in the cases as they move forward. What if someone goes on there today, they will find the information from January 2024, which will let us know that for the year 2024, there were 1,069 delinquency petitions filed in Orleans Parish Juvenile Court. Of those 1,069, 108 of them were crimes of violence and that appear on the website. In addition to that, about 44 of those crimes occur between the hours of 8 a.m. and 4 p.m. We'll talk about that later, as it is one of the issues that is of concern to the court at this time, and we are working diligently on that. But as it shows on the information, the 12% of the cases filed in 2024 were crimes of violence that will appear on the website. We also know that sometimes we have to remove kids from the community. And for the juvenile justice court to succeed, the system must be able to resolve a majority of cases effectively and satisfactorily long before they reach the courtroom for adjudication. The court must be able to provide appropriate sanctions and individual services at different points depending on the severity of the offenses. It is sometimes necessary to remove juveniles from the community to protect the safety of the community and to provide intensive rehabilitative services to those court-involved families and youth, with the goal of returning these people to the community as positive, productive citizens. When youth are removed from the community, they are placed in the custody of the Office of Juvenile Justice, who serves as the detention and probation department for Orleans Parish, per the Louisiana Children's Code. The Louisiana Children's Code gives the Office of Juvenile Justice the authority to determine where the youth go and their detention. It is the responsibility of the juvenile court judges to monitor that activity and make sure that the rehabilitative services that are in place by the Office of Juvenile Justice are being carried out effectively. What we wanted to let you and the community know is where these youth that we have removed from the community are today. Currently, there are 70 youth from New Orleans totally in the custody of the Office of Juvenile Justice and Corrections and Detentions. Office of Juvenile Justice remains at capacity as they have 772 youth from around the state that they are detaining in their facilities. New Orleans represents about 9% of those youth that are in those facilities, with 53 youth in secure care and 17 youth in non-secure care. What we have provided here is information that is available as to where the youth are located, so you know that where each youth is located. What the Office of Juvenile Justice has done has changed their facility locations to match the nature of the offenses. What this shows is about 20 kids from Orleans are in the Swanson facility in North Louisiana. The young women are at the Ware facility, about 17 are there. One of the things we want to highlight is that 12 youth currently that are in OJJ's custody, 12 of those youth are currently housed at the Juvenile Justice Intervention Center. What the law provides is that the OJJ is to pick up and place those youth within 14 days. Because of their capacity issues, they're not able to do so, but those youth remain in the custody, are in the custody of Juvenile Justice, the Office of Juvenile Justice, and they are required to provide services to those youth in that facility. That is made more difficult by the Office of Juvenile Justice as well as the Juvenile Court to be able to monitor those youth and be able to ensure that they are receiving services from OJJ. So it's important that we try to get youth out of our facility and into the OJJ system so that the rehabilitation process can begin. We've been working on the electronic monitoring. OJJ is in the process of fulfilling the contract to provide real-time electronic monitoring for the Orleans Parish Juvenile Court. They have hired 5 officers and 1 supervisor, and we're moving quickly toward that. Currently, we work under the same system where we are able to utilize 25 monitors complimentary for free at no cost to the court or the city for the monitoring. There is no real-time pickup, but what we are able to gather is information about where youth hang out, where they're going over the course of a month, and if they have been outside of the home or around other parts of the city. We do get that information, and we're able to utilize that information effectively. The DA's office also uses that information as well as we collect it now. We certainly look forward to the opportunity to have real-time monitoring because we believe that that will have a great impact on public safety and the community.
Electronic monitoring, Councilwoman Marino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to thank the juvenile court judges for working so diligently on this with the Office of Juvenile Justice, with my office, the CAO, the mayor's office, to try to get this situation resolved. I know it's been many years coming. I really appreciate, council members working to figure out the funding that would be necessary to have this real-time funding, but also keeping all of the wraparound services that the criminal justice coordinator wanted to implement, all of that funding intact. But you're right. I mean, I think that this could be that workable model where you have trained probation and parole officers, youth probation and parole officers, to be the individuals who are doing the monitoring and also being the ones responsible for, should there be any violations, dealing with contacting the offender, the family, checking on the situation, because the issue has been that even if you do have real-time monitoring, if your law enforcement agency has too much going on, like ours does, that then the response isn't immediate. So we had to solve that issue as well. So, like I said, I know that it took quite some time to get to this point, but this is an example of how all parties working together can get some big results. And long time coming, but thank you again for working so diligently with my office to get to this point, and look forward to that launch date. I know that it's like right around the corner. And I think the other piece too, if you all could speak to this, the reason why you so favor the Office of Juvenile Justice rather than going the bail bondsman route, like what is the benefit for the family to go the OJJ route?
The benefit is the cost. Monitoring is expensive for families. It is as much as $200 or $350 a month that families simply don't have. And what we then run into is the issue of people being detained because they can't afford to not be detained, which is against their constitutional rights. So we are very pleased, and honestly, we must thank you all, the council, for working with this. This is not easy. This is a difficult project. While it sounds like it's easy to monitor kids all over the city, it's important to have a robust system that functions completely, because if it does not function as it is intended to, the public does find out, and that makes it a useless system. So we are grateful that all parties have come together to work with us to be able to put together a monitoring system that is on time and robust enough so that the community does know that it is effective and it is working. That information gets out,
as well as the information that it isn't working, so that while we are able to use it effectively one way now, this will give us the opportunity to really bring youth in as soon as possible in order to be able to put in interventions in place quickly as opposed to every 30 days. Currently, we are using the 25 monitors that we had from OJJ. 10 are currently on individuals that are in post-adjudication, 10 are on individuals that are in pre-adjudication, and we retain about 5 of those monitors to be able to utilize them when necessary at a moment's notice. We will be grateful to have more of them, and we think that this is really a step forward in terms of creating public safety and public confidence in the juvenile justice system.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So as we go on to the one
Councilmember Harris.
Judge, how are you today? Judge, how are you?
Sorry, Judge.
And thank you, Mr. Chair. You just mentioned you would like to have more of the monitors. How many more would you like to have?
I believe that what we were talking about is having up to 50, if Councilmember Moreno is correct. We would have up to 50 monitors at our disposal if we need to use them. Certainly, we are not looking to put, say today we're going to put 50 kids on monitors.
Right.
But having the access to them really gives us the opportunity to put an intervention in place that informs youth that we are watching them. And believe it or not, what the statistics say is that if a youth is compliant on a monitor for 30 to 45 days, they will remain compliant. That's enough information, and we're able to really consider removing it. If they are not compliant, then we have to be able to institute what we say we will do. And what we're telling people is that you're not compliant on your monitor, then you will be detained until trial.
Thank you.
It's just an effective tool. It's an effective tool to stop kids from coming back. It's an effective tool with recidivism. It's an effective tool with whether or not the district attorney will even petition the case. You have to remember that some of these kids are just coming in on an appearance to answer. They're coming in on continued custody. And all the facts and evidence has to be gathered. But what is the point of holding those kids at JJIC? You're able to put those kids back in the community, keep them in school, keep them involved with their families, but also having it through OJJ, we're able to offer additional services, intensive in-home, ODAP, MELO, GROW. So you place those kids in these programs, you find out what are the basic needs, what are they missing? We've got a plethora of cases where kids are committing certain types of acts. We're finding out that hunger is the issue, mental health is the issue. So once you monitor them, you figure out some of the issues and concerns that you're having, you put those safety nets in place, they don't come back, they're removed off the monitor, and we have a safer city. So effectively, overall, it just works.
True wraparound services coupled with the reduction, theoretically, of the population in JJIC. I think this is a great idea, and I can't wait to see it implemented.
Thank you all so much. Now, we also have been able to, in the past, bring to you information about where offenses are occurring. We were fortunate enough this year to have the opportunity, in conjunction with the city administration, we were able to have a data analyst assigned to the juvenile court to produce some information for us. And what that data analyst did find is that our data was almost 100% or 98% accurate. We were working with the data analyst, and unfortunately, we have to tell you that that data analyst passed away on March 6th. And we were only, it's sad, and it's very, and his name was Mr. Damian Woods. I want to say his name, Mr. Damian Woods, who was very good to us and was very helpful in helping us to really bring our data together. We were able to work with him and get a data dating up to August to be sure to present accurate data from last year. But what we wanted to present was what were the top 10 charges. What we like to do at our court is utilize our data as a tool to tell us what's going on and where we should focus our information and our resources. And so this represents, what this slide represents, the top 10 charges in 2024 between January and August of that year. While simple burglary is the top, the charges do not, unless they relate to the number of individuals. Oftentimes one individual may have more than one charge. But we really want to call attention to the handgun charges that appear to be, charges that appear to involve guns. We really are working on a pilot program to involve reducing the number of handgun possession cases that come to Orleans Parish Juvenile Court. We're really committed to removing handguns from the hands of youth in our community, and having those youth be participating in programs that move toward healthy understanding of the way guns operate. In addition to that, we wanted to tell you where the offenses were occurring. This next slide shows the zip codes. We were able to work with Mr. Woods again to try to get that information. We believe that information is crucial to knowing where there are resources. What this information shows us is that the
incidences occurring pretty much around the city, but mostly in certain areas, certain zip codes. And what we found when we looked at these zip codes was these zip codes are the zip codes where there were the fewest number of resources in the community. So when we look at these zip codes, we don't want to look at them from the perspective that there's a lot of crime in the area. We want to look at them from the perspective of having to place further resources and more resources in those areas to provide structured activities for youth and families to participate in. I told you earlier about arrests that occur between 8 and 4 in the afternoon. Those are arrests that occur during school hours. This has become a concern of the juvenile court because truancy has been known to not merely be a symptom of disengagement from school, but a precursor to delinquent behavior that may serve as an early warning sign of other behavioral issues. What the Department of Justice says that about 67% of youth that are incarcerated were truant youth, and the Office of Juvenile Justice and Prevention notes that 80% of youth that are involved in the justice system have had an absentee problem at school. What this slide is intended to show you is the progression of truancy in our city and how it comes. Our data reflects the national data that shows that truancy is leading to further delinquency. Since 2022, our arrests that come to the court, though they are down every year, have increased by 9%, the number of kids that come through intake during the hours that they should be in school. This issue has been one that we've taken very seriously. Last year, in October, we hosted our first Eliminating Truancy Conference, and we were able to bring together over 200 members of this community that have a commitment to eliminating truancy in this community and restoring public safety. These individuals came together to talk about what they can do to participate and end truancy. What I can tell you, that meeting was successful, and it will be followed up this year in October with a follow-up meeting to discuss the plan that's going to be put in place to aggressively address truancy in the community and getting students back into school. In terms of the budget, we have our personnel services. Our total budget for Orleans Parish Juvenile Court that has been allotted for the coming year is $3,322,199. $2,199,179 are for personnel expenses, and the other $1,123,020 is for other operating expenses. The juvenile court is fully staffed with 44 employees. We have only one vacancy, 44 employees and 44 full-time employees and 4 part-time employees. Our operational challenges revolve around the building. We have been in our new building that we are very happy to be in for 10 years now. Coming on 10 years now. We moved into that building in 2016. The challenges, we're grateful for the building. Our challenges really revolve around upkeep of the building. And we recently had, and we want to explain to the public as well as to you, we recently had on the week of March 7th a sewer backup. And we discovered that we have two where we had to close the tank. We have 2 septic tanks, a service area sewer backup systems, but we found that 2 of them don't have a pump inside of them. We are now working with capital improvements to get pumps installed into those buildings, and we have temporarily repaired that problem and are working with capital projects to resolve that problem. We have included in our presentation a timeline as to how that project is moving along, and we'll keep you posted. We want to make sure that the public has equal access to justice and keep our doors open as much as possible, but that sewer problem did result in some issues that we could not hold court on that one day. So as we close, however, we want to extend an invitation to the City Council and the community to attend our 2025 Know Your Rights, Make It Right event on April 5th. Orleans Parish Teen Court, Dillard University Center for Racial Justice, Tulane School of Law Moot Court Program, and the Loyola College of Law Stuart Smith Law Clinic have come together to produce this education event. Teen Court, ladies and gentlemen, is a success. It provides accountability that is sustainable through its use of peer-driven education and knowledge to support better decision-making in the future. We are proud to say that since the relaunch of Teen Court at Orleans Parish Juvenile Court in 2019, over 200 youth and volunteers have participated, and only 2 youth have been rearrested in the Teen Court program, and no youth have been convicted of a subsequent crime after participating in the Teen Court program. We hope that you and other community members will come out to participate in this informative and educational program that is intended to make our families stronger and our communities safer. We have provided flyers for everyone to see, and we want people to go on to, we can register online we can register online, I don't know that thing. Register online at bit.ly. It's on the flyer where you can register. But with that, we're closed, and we're able to answer any questions that you might have. Thank you for this opportunity.
Well, you guys have already answered questions. I think we can close out this presentation. Judge Bay Sanderson, Judge Calvin, Judge Dansbury, Judge Smith, and the other judges. You guys have been exemplary. Whether it's out in the community, in spite of funding challenges, a lot of people in the criminal justice system getting credit for us leading the categories in national reduction, but it doesn't happen if y'all don't do your job as a judge, but also love our children with programming and outreach. I have seen each of you all, not just behind the bench, but in front of families. And I know a couple of the kids that I work with now, one who, if it wasn't for a stern but compassionate judge, especially given how they tried to change the law, this kid who's in college, who works with me a couple of days, who volunteers in the community, who is one of the sharpest kids in the world now, he would not have his freedom now. So I think it's important that folk know, y'all know how to do your job to keep us safe. And I'll say this, I think too often we worry about what we say politically. But as good as ankle monitoring is, we want our kids to be free. Y'all have worked hard so that they can be free from the system that chains their arms, their legs, their ankles, their minds, and their soul. And each of you have done everything possible so that the only monitoring they get is monitoring of love. Now, where they're in that process, yeah, that's important. But we're not going to be the kind of society that God and families and parents want us to be until the only monitoring our kids get are from families and schools and programs that make sure that they become the young people and young professionals we need. So thank you guys for what you do. Reverend Bickham, Pastor Raymond are here. Y'all are heroes. A lot of folk are going to get a lot of credit, but we don't get this made. We don't lead the nation if y'all aren't on the front line. Thank y'all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a nice day.
Have a nice day.
Criminal District Court.
And Mr. Chair, I want to thank the juvenile court judges for this
Councilmember Green.
information. Very valuable. I appreciate it, especially the comparisons on the state level, too.
Anything y'all need, just
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You have some wonderful judges. I don't think we acknowledge them enough.
Oh, yeah, she got it. She mentioned me.
Chief Judge, when you're ready, you can start your presentation. Identify who's at the table with you.
All righty, good morning, and thank you all for allowing us to proceed from Orleans Parish Criminal District Court. I am Tracy Fleming-Stavalier. I am the Chief Judge of Criminal District Court. To my right,
Juana Marine Lombard. I am the Deputy Chief of Criminal District Court and the Magistrate Judge.
and to my left.
And Shannon Sims, Chief Deputy Judicial Administrator of Criminal Court. Good morning.
Okay.
Morning, everyone.
Good morning. So we have some updates, information for you all as well. First, I'd like to start with the case management system. We have been working very, very hard transitioning to a new case management system, as you all are aware. That case management system will be in conjunction with a number of other stakeholders who work in the criminal justice system to connect all of the different agencies and institutions together. We're very excited about this case management system, and we've been working really hard with the Clerk of Court as well as with the City of New Orleans CAO's office to have this to get this underway.
We anticipate that the launch date for the new system will be May 16th of 2025. And with that going forward, we are doing extensive trainings that will be taking place with our judges, with all of our administrators, as well as with the staff and all of our teams in our various sections. So we're excited about that. Louisiana Supreme Court has been really great in funding that particular project, and the CAO's office has been really excellent in helping to coordinate that project. I have to just, at this particular time, give kudos to Ms. Sims, who's been very instrumental with the case management system, as well as Sean Halligan, our IT director, and all of his team, who have done a really good job at Criminal District Court to make sure that all of the requirements and all of our needs with the case management system, the minute clerk system, have been incorporated into this new system. Obviously, there will be some things we will have to work through, but our court and our court team have been working extensively on the system. So we're excited about that good news. Wanted to start off with some really good news with Criminal District Court. Okay? Next, we want to move on to our stats. We always provide you all with statistics, and we have our year-end statistics from 2024. With respect to domestic violence, we have issued in 2024 over 2,100 protective orders. There have been over 500 Gwynn's Laws hearings. We have some great programs in Criminal District Court which really help to connect those who are court involved with court services throughout the courthouse, whether they start at the time of arrest those services go as well as through disposition of a particular case. If someone is placed on probation, then they are connected with a program as well. And so, as you all know, we have Domestic Violence Monitoring Court. Pre-acceptance, we have over 5,000 cases that we've handled pre-acceptance with Domestic Violence Monitoring Court. And once the charges are accepted, our case managers have handled over almost 3,700 cases and clients in 2024. Post-disposition, these are those folks that have pled guilty to a domestic violence occurrence or offense. We have a specialty DV court. Judge Lombard oversees the misdemeanor domestic violence monitoring court, and Judge Good Douglas oversees the felony special domestic monitoring court. And then all judges still oversee the other domestic violence offenders who are on probation, who do not rank basically high risk, high need. And so we've had basically 1,800 plus offenders that we have been servicing. We take great care in making sure that we are changing, as we've talked about before, their behavior. So they are required to take behavior modification classes. 26 of those are required, and also they are assigned to a case manager who requires drug testing. We also have pretrial services. Pretrial services is very instrumental, and I want to thank the City Council for funding pretrial services this year. Because of what we requested in 2024 for our 2025 budget, we have been able to hire new case managers who, at the time of arrest, are connected to a particular offender, and they generate what we call a public safety assessment. That public safety assessment gives Judge Lombard and all of the commissioners additional information that they need in order to decide what type of bond makes sense for that particular offender in that particular situation. They can also decide additional special conditions of release. For example, in domestic violence cases, there may be electronic monitoring may be required. Protective orders are always put in place. Then what happens is our pretrial domestic violence case managers will then connect with the victims and then provide them with information about key fobs. They will also connect those victims with resources with the Family Justice Center and our other DV partners that we work with. So we've had, in terms of our public safety assessments, we've generated almost 9,000 public safety assessments in the year of 2024. Again, very helpful tool. It's very important that that department stays fully funded so that we can generate those assessments already in the morning when Judge Lombard, before she takes the bench. And then we have another group of staff that generate those assessments for the afternoon when our commissioners take the bench. In terms of supervision, we've supervised almost 800 offenders with respect to pretrial services that are not DV related. And then we have DV related case managers that actually supervise those matters involving domestic violence. In terms of arraignments, we have conducted over 6,000 arraignments in the year of 2024, so that gives you an idea of how many cases are coming into criminal district court. In terms of jury trials, we have conducted 182 jury trials, and that's a big number for jury trials to be conducted. Those are trials, they don't last one day. I mean, usually it takes a day to choose the juries who are going to serve, jurors who are going to serve on those particular trials. So you have trials that are lasting 3 to 4 days, sometimes 5 days or even longer. So to conduct 182 trials, that is a huge number of trials that we are conducting in order to move matters along. In addition, our judges are also conducting judge trials, and they conducted 210 judge trials during the year of 2024. Magistrate court, these are cases that are coming in at arrest, and I want you to listen to this number, 12,197 first appearances. So at the point of arrest, every person has a right to go before a magistrate commissioner or Judge Lombard for first appearances where bonds are determined and other conditions of release if they are granted. And so over 12,000 of those have been conducted in 2024. So criminal district court is working. We continue to work. We are there. And with the addition of the Louisiana State Police with Troop NOLA, we have had, Troop NOLA has filed through the Attorney General's office 359 cases. 169 of those cases involve firearms, and the AG's office has prosecuted as of March of 2025, 1,382 cases. And those are cases that are in addition to the cases prosecuted by the District Attorney's office. So understand that while the NOPD and other law enforcement agencies are making arrests, we have Troop NOLA that are making additional arrests. So these are not cases that they're taking over for the District Attorney's office. These are additional arrests that they are making. And so that too has increased the number of cases that matriculate through the criminal justice system, through magistrate court, and then to the various sections of court. So again, criminal district court working very hard to make sure that we keep the public safe, that we do what we need to do in terms of case processing. And then finally, what I'd like to talk about is security. In terms of security, we still are in need of additional security at criminal district court. Every day at criminal district court, we have citizens who report there for jury duty. They uphold their civic obligation to be there. We could not conduct jury trials without those citizens, and we are going to take this opportunity at this point to thank our citizens for reporting to jury duty. Most citizens, after they have served on a trial, they express thanks to us for all of the hard work, and they are excited about what they were able to do. They find the process very interesting and the trials very interesting in criminal district court. We also have our staff, all of the people that serve on criminal district court every day, that serve in our sections, that serve in our judicial administration and our operations and our IT department. We have all the people who serve in the clerk's office, the clerk of court, and his staff. We have our deputies who are there, who do a really great job with the tools and resources that they have. But there's additional tools and resources needed, additional funding needed for additional security. And every year in terms of capital projects, we present that information so that we can get additional security for the courthouse so that we can ensure that we are safe. And so we just point that out as our big ask. We are going to continue to ask for that. We are grateful and we thank the council for all that you've been able to do thus far in terms of the restoration and the renovation of criminal district court with the jury lounges. making sure that our jurors feel like they are comfortable when they are in these jury lounges. They are deliberating late into the evenings, but security is still a major issue. And so, that's what we want to end with, that that's a major issue. And we really want to continue to highlight that remains an issue. Thank you very much.
Well, first of all, judges, thank you guys. Once again, we have two people, not that they're judges, who are probably as integral a part of this community. And I know any and everywhere I go, and I go a lot of places, I see them in the community with families, with kids, with young men and women. Thank you guys for that. You don't have to do that, but y'all have set an example, a frontline example. So while we're getting this national attention about our reductions in crime, I know we pray that it's sustainable, but you guys are as big a part of that, not just because of what you do as a judge, but what you guys have done as human beings. I don't think anyone takes their community effort and responsibility more serious than you two, and I know you represent your colleagues doing that. Councilmember Green, any comments?
Thank you.
Thank you.
I thank you all also for your commitment, and I do see you out in the community at events, and wherever somebody asks, it's appreciated. I do want to ask you about the numbers. First, was that emailed to us? Did I miss that?
No, we did not. We can email it.
I want to be able to refer,
Absolutely.
because somebody's going to ask about particular statistics, so if you could send it to us after.
Absolutely.
But earlier, I asked the New Orleans Police Department to talk about the number of arrests they conducted in 2024, and that was about 7,200 or so. But the number of assessments far exceeds that number. So could you explain to the public, especially since I was very deliberate about the number of arrests that take place, what's involved that the assessments number would be so much higher?
Oh. So a public safety assessment is done on everyone that is brought in. Before I take the bench, they give me a PSA. So you got to remember, all of these may not be NOPD arrests. As we just showed you, there's a big number of true NOLA arrests. But the other thing is that when I issue a warrant, or NOPD issues a warrant, and they are caught in Jefferson Parish or Livingston Parish or Texas, for that matter, they're transported back. That would not be in NOPD's arrest numbers, but it would still be a PSA. So when they transport them from other parishes on open warrants, and then the other thing is sometimes they make arrests. They arrest you today. They bring you to the sheriff's office. When the sheriff's office runs you, they may not do it that day, but when they run you, they do that arrest. I set a bond. 3 or 4 days later, they may pick up another warrant that was in the system from before, so the sheriff's office rebooks them. They still will do another safety assessment now that they've picked up more charges, but the police officers won't be listing that as their arrest files because that's a rebooking on the sheriff's office. And then, unfortunately, we do have a fair amount that come from the sheriff's office because they get into altercations while in custody. Some of them minor, some of them very significant, and then they get rebooked by the sheriff's office, or they bring drugs, attempt to bring drugs in, they get caught. That's all new charges, but that's not police charges. That's not NOPD charges.
Right.
That's Orleans Parish Sheriff's Office.
Just wanted to emphasize that there's a lot going on with the system, including that. If an arrest is made in Jefferson Parish, for example, it's not, and they happen often, even if you go just across the line, that is not recorded as an NOPD arrest. So, in a way, clearly what I'm trying to emphasize, and you helped, is that there's a lot that goes on in the system.
That's correct.
And the arrests are one part of it here in the parish, but there are arrests that just, for example, there was a murder suspect who was recently arrested in Alexandria.
Correct.
So that would be something that wouldn't be recorded as an NOPD arrest, but it's something that you have to engage in an assessment. So.
And we also have arrests by the Levee Police and the Harbor Police as well. So we have a number of different entities that are in, the city of New Orleans trying to ensure safety on behalf of the citizens.
Correct.
Thank you for those statistics.
Chief Judge, you mentioned something that's extremely important, especially given the environment we live in, threats to public officials, public facilities, as well as our citizens. and I think as we enter into budget hearing, we need to really take a real serious look at that. There's so much uncertainty about how we protect you all and actually protect our citizens as they use the building and the families and the people who work there. Is it a funding issue or a personnel issue? Because we're also seeing agencies that are challenged, or they have funding, getting personnel to do the job.
I think it's a combination of both. Obviously, there's additional funding that is needed on both sides. There's additional funding needed for the Orleans Parish Sheriff's Office to hire additional deputies. There's also funding required or needed by the court in order to implement different things that we need to do with respect to the building. As you know, the criminal court is a beautiful courthouse. It's a historic courthouse. However, because it is historic, because of its age...
The Israel Augustine.
Exactly, the Israel Augustine Courthouse, which we are very proud of that. Because of the age of the building, there are a number of updates that need to be done to implement some additional security controls that we can do within the courthouse itself. We recently had active shooter training, which was conducted by our security committee. Judge Kimya Holmes is the chair, and Judge Juana Lombard is the co-chair. And through those efforts, we have updated our security policies and procedures, which we've shared with all of our agency partners. And we also have connected with the New Orleans Police Department to conduct, presentations to our staff about active shooter issues. And then we recently did an actual simulation at court so that our staff could see a real live situation and determine, get some additional tidbits and helpful hints as to what would be productive. So we're doing what we can. Obviously the NOPD came and did that. That didn't cost us anything, but there are a lot of upgrades that we could certainly implement to the building that require funding.
Yeah, also, is there any more discussion, because the public talks about this a lot, about limited cell phone use and accessibility, especially given the nature of how important communication is, and especially for people who may be challenged, physically challenged, or may have an emergency situation. Are you guys having those discussions about maybe taking a look at some limited access?
Yes, we are looking at some various options, but you also have to remember, as we just said, security is tantamount. Security of the jurors and the witnesses are also a primary concern. So we are looking at some options where maybe we can work something out with the building, but not have them with cell phones inside the courtroom with our jurors and our witnesses.
Gotcha. Councilman Morrell, anything before we... Thank you. Guys, thank y'all very much.
Okay.
We appreciate you.
Thank you. We'll submit the statistics to you all. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Municipal and Traffic Court. And while he's walking, I want to thank Judge Bobby Jones. If you're not familiar with the committee that he coordinates, especially that takes a look at the system and how the system can operate better. Judge Jones doesn't talk a lot about the group that he works with that takes a look at the system, but Judge Jones, thank you for that group and that committee that you work with, as well as Judge Shea. Judge Jones, you can identify your team and start your presentation.
All right. Good afternoon. I'm Judge Bobby Jones. I'm the Chief Judge of the Municipal and Traffic Court. To my immediate right, Monique Boissier, our Judicial Administrator. To her immediate right, Judge Mark Shea, who presides over Division D of Municipal and Traffic Court. And to his right, Marie Carroll, who is the Director of our Community Court Operations, to which Mr. Thomas just referenced. Our courthouse was devastated 3.5 years ago by Hurricane Ida, and we are still housed in the former VA hospital, where there are 7 judges still presiding. To remind the public, we have jurisdiction, exclusive jurisdiction over municipal and traffic violations of our municipal code. We also have shared jurisdiction with criminal court on state misdemeanors, both traffic and municipal. Our filings for the first quarter of 2025, criminal and traffic, are relatively consistent with those of 2024. There has been a significant uptick in DWI filings, 50% increase, and that is due solely to the deployment of Troop NOAA. Now, regarding first quarter developments, my colleagues will share our operational achievements. The first is our community court. Community court is something that we constructed with financial assistance of the U.S. Department of Justice. This court is the first of its kind in the state of Louisiana. It's a court that, rather than meting out punishment for criminal misconduct, it's a court that seeks to identify the challenges that underlie and precipitate the misconduct, whether those challenges are homelessness or joblessness or substance abuse or mental illness. So we launched a year ago, and to share with you where we are today, I turn it over to Marie.
Yes, thank you, council members. I'm thinking I might need to get by the computer to click the slides through, so I might move. Just move. You can move.
For you, right?
Okay, more perfect. Thank you, Judge. Okay.
I think you just pointed at that one, maybe it might.
You may have to sit on that.
I'll go sit on the end, yeah.
Excuse me. Okay.
All right. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so this slide shows some of our numbers from the year of 2024. You can see how many folks we pre-screened at first appearances, either through walk-ins or if they came through as incarcerated people. You can see then that the admissions were at 322 people. And then the other part I want to highlight from this slide is just how disjointed our data collection has been without a case management system. We do have good news that we are in works of launching a module to streamline all of our data collection, but I just wanted to highlight some of our numbers from the last year. That means that 662 people were spoken with about community court, and we'll dive into that a little bit.
Marie,
So,
bring the microphone a little closer to you.
okay, can you hear me better?
Yes.
Great. So of those 662, here's a breakdown by month. You can see that there was a dip in May and June of this year when the building was closed, which I believe Monique might discuss. But other than that, we were busy pre-screening every single person who walked in. Certainly there were some who we possibly did not screen, but it's just a basic assessment tool to identify if people have any challenges that we can address with our problem-solving docket. 76% of the people we spoke with indicated a need for services. So many of those people, in fact, had overlapping needs. This means that from what we've identified is that a majority of people who come through municipal and traffic court for misdemeanor offenses have psychosocial needs, whether it be for housing or untreated mental illness, whether it's as simple as seeking out better employment. There's a significant amount of need that our court seeks to address. Once people enter the community court program, they're administered a CCAT assessment. This is an evidence-based assessment tool that goes through a list of risk. It assesses for both need and risk. It's designed for misdemeanors, and as you can see here, there's a high level of mental health needs, trauma. Half of the people who come through have housing needs. So you can see that the level of need is significant. The most common charges for people in community court, as you can see here, are charges that you might expect for people who are experiencing psychosocial needs, whether it be related to poverty or untreated mental illness. simply existing outside and having any sort of behavioral health issue could result in some of these charges. These are the participants admitted by month. You'll notice the same dip that corresponded with the building closure. And then interestingly as well, I was curious about the August to September dip in our numbers, and it actually correlated with NOPD's arrest records on misdemeanors for those months. Of participants in our program, we've had 30% successfully complete. We've had 17% successfully complete. A number who have dropped off because, well, for various reasons, but we're seeking to streamline our case management services to address that number. And then a number who we're still working with because we want to keep our psychosocial service provision open. We want to be there for participants even if they do have legal case closure. But I also want to highlight as well the failure to appear rate at 30% is actually lower than the general court overall. We're proud of that fact in community court. When people enter our program and they join our specialty docket, we've replaced a traditional court hearing with essentially what's a round table conference room hearing where people are treated as equals. We have community court partners with agencies who come into the space to connect people to services on the spot. So essentially warm handoff to service providers. These are some of the top agencies who we worked with in the last year when we did a data poll from 2024. On top of that, these are some of the agencies we've referred out to. Now, we've had 322 people come through in 2024. As of today, we've had 372 participants. All of this has been with the work of one case manager. So that's one of our upcoming goals for 2025 and ongoing into 26 is to increase our social service provision and have more case managers on staff so that we can have more connection in between the court hearings, the monthly court hearings that people come for. We've already done that by partnering with the local social work graduate schools. We have 2 MSW students who've been working with us, but we're going to be working with the council and with the city on budget requests for the upcoming year. But truly, that's what we've been up to in community court. Do you have any questions?
Thank you, Marie. Next, several years ago, with your support, both financially and with your verbal encouragement, we were tasked with responsibility of developing a framework for a remote online case resolution. To share with you where we are today, Judge Mark Shea.
Good afternoon. How are you all today? So, graciously, I think it was 2 years ago, you all funded the OCR project, which is the online case resolution. It got bogged down a little bit in procurement, but just to be happy to say that we've picked a vendor through a lengthy process. I received a contract over the weekend that I have to review, so we're in the process of signing that contract. The anticipation is that once that contract is signed, it should take 12 to 14 months for the online case resolution system to be built and rolled out. Now, what this is what we found over the years that people were getting frustrated of having to come to court 4 and 5 times to resolve a regular traffic ticket. What this will do is once they receive the ticket, there's a quick read code on the back of the ticket which they can enter out through a portal, our system, and set up a time in which to resolve their cases from their computer or their phone. And so they can eliminate the need to come through arraignment and return 3 and 4 times. So we're hoping that this lowers our FTA rates and just allows, much more importantly, what we talked about was access to justice, which is what we're trying to accomplish. And hopefully we can expand this into our municipal cases, not trials, but at least the preliminary stuff. And we were tasked when we got the original grant from the state that this would be available through open sources, which was important our vendor, that we allow it to be shared with other jurisdictions across the state. So we're excited about that. We're hopefully, we're working every day to be a more model court, a better court.
And finally, as I said earlier, we've been displaced for better than 3.5 years. We hope to return to Broad, 727 South Broad, sometime this summer to give you a more comprehensive update. Monique, RJA.
So it's been displaced since October of 21. We're looking forward to moving possibly at the end of July, June, and all of July, in the process of moving everybody in and operating fully with the state-of-the-art technology systems for the court and for the public, where they can access their records in the clerk's office themselves. Also, we should have we're going to have classrooms in the basement that will allow us to have training sessions and also bring back our MAG classes that we've had to discontinue for the location that we're in now. Also, the website has been something we've been working on and will be updated and released to go live when we move back to a new building, which will have the links that will bring us to pay tickets, not just for traffic court, but for the city parking, and that's also for the red light camera systems then. And also we're bringing into the DMV to help assist with the defendants who come to court and have license issues, that they don't have to go back and forth for the DMV. They can do everything in-house, and the agency's there to help them.
So, and as she said, what we're going to do this summer for the first time, we're going to use every square inch of that 80,000 square foot facility with more courtrooms, additional partners, and to make it a one-stop community and civic center. So, with that said, that concludes our presentation. We'll certainly answer any questions you may have.
Councilmember Green?
No, I didn't have any questions. I look forward to July to the move into the new facility, and do appreciate your interest in, potentially expanding the counseling services available so that you can handle more. It's all part of the work that you're doing. Is all part of helping to make our city safer and its citizens safer. So I just appreciate the work that you're doing. Thank you. I wouldn't mind receiving that if you all didn't send it to me. By email. Okay.
Real briefly, presentation, Councilmember.
You emailed it to us? Because sometimes we
I think it was emailed to Councilman
I
Thomas.
emailed it, but I'll forward it to you and make sure you have it.
Okay, and may have been just as we were
No, it's
preparing
fine. I think,
that one.
yes, I'll make sure it's there.
Thank you. Sometimes when we go to community meetings, people ask about things that they've heard. A lot more people watch than we think, and I'd just like to be able to answer the question. But if you emailed it already, I appreciate it if you do it again, but I'll also search carefully next time.
Not a problem. Thank you.
All right. Well, as I was saying, I appreciate y'all getting us up there on the DWIs. I know it's a very important aspect of what your courts provide. I do think when I talk to people, the fact because of Troop NOAA and because of Chief Kirkpatrick's intense focus on trying to revive a traffic division, we're seeing a lot more traffic enforcement, and I think that's brought a lot of confidence to drivers on the road that a lot of the behavior they've seen for years of drunk driving, people running red lights, blowing through crosswalks, that's starting to come down. So, and I appreciate all the work y'all do, because I do think that we have a lot of people who struggle with alcoholism, and I know from my own experience, not as an alcoholic, but as someone who used to defend people in your courts, that counseling is such an important part of trying to reach the people who are on that lowest of a low when they're in front of you, and trying to help them find a path forward, because it would be so much easier for courts just to be punitive, but the fact that you guys are taking the extra step to try and help rehabilitate people so they don't come back in front of you, I really appreciate that, and I want to make sure we emphasize, as a council, we appreciate the extra effort you're doing to try and not have frequent flyers.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I agree, Councilmember Morell, is that as a judge, I think our primary goal is not punitive, but rehabilitation. The punitive comes at the back end when the rehabilitation doesn't work, and they've reoffended or they failed to do what we provide to them to try to get them from reoffending. So we are expanding our services, and without the partners, we couldn't do it. So thank you for always believing in us and funding us as need be.
Thank you, and congratulations when you get back in your building. I think we'll take the corner next. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. Dr. McKay, been waiting very patiently, and you're also a St. Aug grad, so Councilman Green's been lobbying up here for you to get out timely.
No, don't make the sheriff's office folks mad with me. No, I didn't.
Yeah. Councilman Green said because Susan Hudson did not go to St. Aug, she has to go after Mr. McKenna. Putting that on the record. That was all Councilman Green. St. Aug goes before everyone else. There you go.
Well, you know, I think everybody knows, especially after all those champions, alma mater. So, first of all, I think I would be remiss. I know everybody's heard of the horrendous and seen the horrendous incident that occurred recently. One of my ex-employees. I think it's incumbent upon me to tell you that that does not represent me or the employees that work alongside of me. The employee was terminated immediately, and certainly offer my condolences to the family again, as I did at the press conference, for the city council and the mayor. Certainly, he was an outlier, and I know apologies don't correct the harm that was done in many instances, but I can assure you that kind of behavior is not sanctioned and will not be tolerated, and we took immediate action on a summary dismissal of that employee. So I thought I'd have to get that out of the way because I think that's important, because this was a horrendous act, something I've never seen before, and I can't sleep still at night because of it. It's really gotten to me, and no excuses, no explanations. All I could do was terminate the employee. But
and before you continue, Coroner McKenna, you and your staff, thank you guys. Your assistant is always out in the community. You are also. But I want to, at some point, this is no slight of anyone else, but every time we have our quarterly meeting, you're the first one here, and you sit through everybody else. So even other organizations that are before you but come later, and I know people are busy, so it's important that we respect them. But Ms. Curran, the next time we have a meeting, I would hope that we would consider moving the coroner to he's on the front line when we talk about the criminal justice system. At our next meeting, hopefully we'll consider making sure he's on the front line when we start this committee. And I apologize.
No, but I apologize to my patients. I'm sure my office has closed for the entire day. I mean, this is important too, and it's just that they're not mutually exclusive. It's just that it would help if I could get in earlier, since I'm a one-man show.
Yes.
And it's not like I have, the office can't run unless I'm there.
Yes, sir.
But we certainly want to thank you for much of what you've done for us already, for the increase in our operational budget. We certainly have operational challenges. We're an office of, and we need to hire people with different kinds of skills and with different kinds of commitments, and because all kinds of emotions come to play in what we do on a daily basis. And so it's not like you can necessarily, people think they want to work in the coroner's office until they know what we do. And it's very challenging. I'm fortunate to have Brian, who, I don't know how he does it, but right now I don't know how I do it, but we're thankful for all of your help, all of the things we've done. We're working to get
better people or different people to work with us. All of this will be possible because of the recent changes in our budget that you did. Property management is trying to, there's our old problem with the air conditioning, the mall, the temperatures in the mall. We do have adequate backup in case a hurricane hits. We do have refrigerator trucks on the premises to be able to handle that. And I'm going to once again ask you again, find a way to identify our investigators' vehicles. We were at every murder scene, we were at every overdose scene, and yet they have to go travel through the city with unmarked cars. It delays their ability to get around, their safety. So I'm just asking you to get some kind of lights that they can turn on that allow them to get through the city, particularly when main events, Mardi Gras, and we're always having parades and Mardi Gras and French Quarter festivals and downtown festivals.
Yeah, we made that request. I think we have.
I've made it several times.
We can formally make it again. Hopefully we'll get the full weight of the council. We won't use this one as a political football, but it's an opportunity to help you get what you need, but that request has been made several times. And so I hope someone's here representing the administration, we can get a response from that, because it's been several requests that you've made without getting an answer.
As you know, the number of overdoses has decreased markedly from 523 in 2023 to 293 in 2024. In 2024, 178 of those contained fentanyl. 71% of those overdosing and dying, you can contribute directly to fentanyl. This is a national problem. We're simply a microcosm of what we've seen across the nation. Hundreds of thousands of deaths across the nation every year. So this is a problem that we would like to get a handle on. Of course, by the time they get to us, it's done.
Yes, sir.
I would just like to ask one, and I've heard all the statistics from the criminal justice system, but sometimes they can be overly dramatic, and why is that? Because in talking to some of them, one person might show up 50 different times across all of those systems. So I think the important part is how many different individuals actually contact the criminal justice system. Because I've heard the sheriff say, that of the 1,000 people, or the many people in there, almost 80 to 90% of them are recidivists.
Right.
And I think when you look at all of the people coming to the criminal justice system, they show up on every panel. Right. They don't just show up on criminal justice or DWI. This same person might, who knows how many incidences. So it would just help the community to understand that sometimes, while it may be thousands and thousands of adjudications and people showing up in cases, all of that might be attributed to 2,000 people. And I think that's important for the community to know and for the world to know, because sometimes the statistics sound so onerous when you're talking about a few people, just like when you're talking about one drug accounting for most of the deaths. I think you can look at a couple of thousand people accounting for most of the things activity we're seeing. But I want to thank you all for giving us the tools to work with. I think with the new increase in budget, we'll be able to get more people, more investigators, and give you better service this community deserves. I certainly know I'm committed. And try to answer any questions if you have.
Councilman Morel.
Yeah, I know that we've had some ongoing conversations about the blue lights. I do, unfortunately, have some experience with people driving cars with blue lights that shouldn't. But I believe there are some state hurdles to getting blue lights without specific training. What I'll do is I'll work with y'all. We'll figure out what the requirements are and see what we can do to get some training or compliance with your employees so that maybe some of them can use it. But we'll research that for you and figure it out with you.
Yeah, I mean, maybe not as elaborate as the police have, but something, for instance.
Well, you may want something similar to do on construction sites, so for contractors who work.
The sheriffs have them, and we're at every site with them.
Yeah. Well, but the difference is I think there is some state law that has a very specific training requirement to use the lights. So we'll research that with y'all, figure out what we can do, and maybe we can figure out how we can get some of your staff with the appropriate training or certifications so they can use it, so then that won't be a hurdle anymore.
Right.
I'll work with you on it.
Yeah, thank you very much.
That's a solution.
Many instances, if you're in English turn, and then you get a call at the same minute while you're over there, way across the river, and then you get a call way uptown, and nothing happens till we get on the scene. I mean, the bodies can't move until our investigators get there. So it slows everything up.
Thank you. Any more questions from council members?
I applaud the
Councilmember Green.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I applaud the fact that it's a sad story that the numbers of deaths due to drug overdoses has gone from 524 in 2023 to 293 in 2024. So that's obviously a substantial decrease in the midst of a very...
I mean, that's not... Hey, I guess it's good.
No, it's a good thing that they went down.
Okay.
It's just terrible that 293. That's,
You know, in the age of social media, people will take my comment,
right. They'll run with that. Green says 293 deaths is good. No,
it's not good.
No, it's terrible. The decrease is the only favorable that I find out about it, which is the gist of my question. What can we do to continue this? Obviously, we know that fentanyl is a terrible, terrible substance, and we had 6 police officers, 6 state troopers recently who had to get treated for exposure to fentanyl. It's that powerful. It's that powerful. But at the end of that's not true, or that...
That is true.
Right. It's terrible. You can be near it. There could be fentanyl here, and it affects me. So I don't know other than to ask you, because you see it so much and you see it in such a tragic way. We did see a decrease in numbers from 524 to 293. What should we do to continue it, and what would your advice be to anyone who's in power, including in our legislative branch, including us?
Inhalation Narcan, if you have getting Narcan into the inhalation type into the hands of people who have known drug addicts in their family, so that that's available to them to reverse the effects of it.
That's a very powerful suggestion that you just made. Very powerful. Yeah. Because a lot of those...
That's what you hired me to do.
That's what we hired you to do. That's what the public hired you to do, and it needs to be looked into.
Yeah.
Because we have people, and it's unfortunate, we have people living in abandoned houses, for example. We have people living in tents who are on drugs, but at the end of the day, you're saying that there might be a way to even further reduce it. Obviously, prosecution of those who distribute the substance is being stepped up, but maybe even getting Narcan into the hands of people on a wider basis.
And that's why I think it's important to know the true numbers of the needy people. When my investigators go into homes, you can't imagine what they find. And they find garbage has been put out. They find
But I think the Coroner McKenna, council member, said it earlier about who are these people that use or utilize the system. The sheriff has said it before. How do we begin to have an inventory or a file of people, not only what their criminal profile is, but what are those needs? I think it was said earlier that 76% of the folk who go through just municipal and traffic court have some type of social service or psychosocial need. So who are those individuals? The sheriff and the coroner have been asking for that information for a long time. What are the programs that treat them? Because I'll share with you, as being someone who's from the community, who's actually out there, fentanyl, and crack, and heroin, and marijuana laced with other stuff is one thing, but trank and crack gives you a different outcome from, trank and fentanyl is a different level of addiction and outcome on the street now than crack and fentanyl, or fentanyl laced with marijuana. So how do you treat those individuals? And all of the other classifications of drugs that are being laced with fentanyl, other types of drugs, who are those people? How do you treat them? Because they're differently. The addict reacts differently. The need is that the outcomes are different. So at some point, we need to know, and we need to have a holistic approach to who are those people, how do we treat them, and how do we minimize or end their participation in the criminal justice system.
Councilman Thomas, I spent many years as a school board member and wrote...
You did the report on fragmented boys going into the 21st century.
Yeah, the moral and civic imperative of handling black men, which became kind of the model for the whole country. When I wrote this study, and it...
Endangered species.
And it identified very early on, if you look at the public school system or any school system, there's some very clear indicators of who's going to wind up truant. And the fourth grade failure child syndrome, and if they miss more than so many classes a year, and on and on and on. We have all of the statistics that can tell us who's going to wind up in our criminal justice system. And I think if we look at those numbers through the Orleans Parish system, they can give you a good idea of who's going to wind up in the juvenile justice system long before they get there. Long before they get there, because the numbers don't lie to us. So I think some coordination between the Orleans Parish School Board and the criminal justice system is alerting the justice system to the children who are having the problems, and they can be identified very, very early. And the intervention at that point might decrease the number of cases who eventually wind up in the juvenile justice system. What I think is very important that we look at across the board from an education point and also for the community benefit, how many people we're really talking about. We know how many crimes and how many cases, but how many different individuals? What percentage of individuals actually coming into the criminal justice system in a city of 350,000 people? And I think that is a number that is extremely important, because what you're going to find is that one person might have 100 arrests on his record. And so when you look at the numbers, they become a lot more horrendous than they really are. And I think you alluded to that one before when she talked about how many, and then it really was only about 15. It wasn't what it seems to be. So certainly, I mean, I make myself available to speak to schools and dedications on every opportunity I get. But I think with my experience in education and my family's experience and what we look at, I think the Orleans Parish school system has a lot of great information in terms of at-risk children that they could supply to the juvenile justice system, that maybe we could intervene at a very, very early age and keep these kids out of the juvenile justice system. Intervention is the key, not arrest, intervention. Curing crime is proper intervention at the right time. And I think the Orleans Parish Public School System has a wealth of information that we're not utilizing in terms of the kids they know who are at risk, and even the private school system. And there's some very clear indicators that can tell you that. And so if the juvenile justice system and other people have that, and we could intervene early with many of the community programs that we're championing and publicizing, that we could get these children in when they're 10, 11 years old. Is a heck of a lot better than getting them in when they're 20 and 25 years old, when they're, when it's more, the damage has already been done. But thank you for your help. It will help us to help the community. It will help Brian to continue his excellent work as the Chief Administrator of the office.
Thank you.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
And as Councilman Morrell said, he's going to take the lead
Yeah,
on
I'm sure.
finding out whatever state hurdles or
I'm
exceptions have to
just
be
concerned about
looked
our
into.
employees' safety.
Yeah.
I'm concerned about our response time and assure you that we're working to improve and our new budget will greatly enhance our ability to do that. And thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you, and Brian Moore, bless you.
All right. Okay.
Ms. Curran.
Next, we have the Juvenile Justice Intervention Center, or whichever you prefer.
Good afternoon, Council. Thank you.
Identify yourself, who's at the table with you, and start your presentation, please. Thank you.
I'm Lee Reisman. I'm the Superintendent of Youth Support Services for JJIC. With me, I have our Fiscal Manager, Mr. Bordenave. We are presenting on behalf of Ms. Williams, Executive Director, who's unfortunately out on extended medical leave. We miss her a lot at the building and are wishing her a quick recovery and return to the building. So with that, I will start with Q1 updates. Thank you. So just some intake and release information. We had 83 new intakes in Q1. The top reason for detention was youth who were remanded from juvenile court, illegal possession of a handgun, simple criminal damage to property. Those were the top 3 in order. We had 0 critical incidents in Q1, which is a success. In regards to discharges, we had 72 discharges. 3 were non-detention case. The majority were court orders. 5 are youth who transitioned to OJJ custody. 2 are youth who transitioned to the adult facility, Orleans Justice Center, and 1 youth who transitioned to a long-term mental health facility. As the juvenile courts have mentioned, I do want to note that we have 12 youth who are currently in OJJ custody that remain at JJIC. 10 of those youth are 30 days past their disposition date. So that is putting some pressure on our facility capacity. The next section you'll see length of stay. I want to just note that the longest length of stay was 569 days, almost 2 years. The shortest was less than a day, and then on average we have our youth stay for 46 days. The demographics for 140 active youth during quarter one, 12.86% or 12.8% were female, that's a total of 18. 87% were male, 92% were Black African Americans, 6% were Hispanic, Latino, and less than 1% was white. I'd like to point out some successes in our human resources department. We did hire 6 new staff in quarter one. We're very excited about that. 1 procurement clerk, 1 social service worker, 1 ground patrol officer, and 3 juvenile detention counselors. We still do experience some barriers in hiring the following positions, mostly middle management, superintendent of facilities, assistant superintendent, security manager, system security manager, grounds patrol officers, of course, the juvenile detention series, and dietary supervisor. Next is some updates from our partners, Manning's Family Children Hospital, which has an on-site clinic. This is data from January 1st, 2025 through March 26th. On average, we had 64 youth at the facility each day. They had 257 mental health visits, 78 medical visits by various providers, 161 social worker visits, and 101 sick calls logged by their nurses. Some of the highlights for quarter one include 22 youth were referred to Thrive Kids Community Services. 15 youth were treated at outside facilities, so either some specialists including LSU Dental, Orthopedics, Neurology, or a care center. And then they also want to note the renovations to the clinic space and creating a more youth-focused therapeutic space for their clinic. I'll also share some updates from our partners with the Travis Hill School. In fall 2024, they had, or fall 2024, yes, 2 graduates. They hosted the Youth Justice Action Month event. They received exemplar campus under alternative educations. They received a letter grade of C for their LEAP standardized testing, and then quarterly award ceremonies were held throughout the semester. We have some updates as well in our intensive in-home and community supervision program. We currently have 37 youth enrolled in the program. 82 youth and families have participated in intensive in-home and community supervision in quarter one. 43 new youth were enrolled, 18 graduated successfully, 12 did not complete the program successfully, and only 3 were rearrested while they were enrolled. We want to highlight some of the successes in quarter one. The first one includes hiring and retention, and so we were very excited to hire the 6 new staff. We want to also note the NFL youth engagement events that we had at JJIC in partnership with Flick. We were able to have some NFL players come and provide some mentorship to the youth, very engaging activities. Thank you for the councilmen who attended and enjoyed that time.
You're welcome.
The Young Artist Movement mural unveiling and family engagement event. So you see a photo of our most recent mural that was done in this space, and we're looking forward to continued projects and beautifying the space at JJIC. We continue to have Children's Hospital Trauma and Grief Center provide their weekly grief groups, which we find to be very impactful. We've implemented a JJIC Youth Council, which allows the youth to not only voice their concerns and their opinions, but also practice leadership and role modeling leadership in the space. We're also excited for our Tyler Technologies kickoff, and so this is in partnership with the Justice Technology Modernization Program and ARPA funding to improve data collection and data sharing in the criminal justice system here in New Orleans. And so we We have now been in contract with Tyler Technologies and had our kickoff sessions in quarter one. And then last and not least, for quarter one successes, just want to highlight the Mardi Gras annual data report that I produced. Very excited to see a drastic reduction not only of intakes, but of youth who were arrested along a Mardi Gras parade route. We saw a 71% decrease from 2024, and so that was a very dramatic change that we were excited about, thanks to the heightened security across the city. We'd also like to touch on goals that are in progress and that we are excited to see updates in the remainder of 2025. New Orleans East Conflict Resolution Project, we have completed our research, development, and scope of services. We will be making our RFQ and RFP public in a very short amount of time, probably within the week, and expect for implementation to begin in quarter two. So really looking forward to that project taking off. Again, hopefully in the next month or so, we'll see significant
Well, first of all, thank you guys. It's been a while. The New Orleans East Conflict Resolution Project is important to continue the downward reduction, especially in crime and juvenile crime and violent crime in that area. It gives us an opportunity to get ahead of potential increases by making sure we're identifying who, what, where, and how do we wrap those, especially those juveniles, around with holistic services or the kind of services that can stop them from recidivating back into the juvenile system. So extremely important, and hopefully all the partners who've been part of our success will have a chance to participate and apply for the RFP, or is it RFQ?
RFQ.
Apply for the RFQ because they've been part of that reduction we're seeing right now. Thank you.
Absolutely. Likewise, our goal to securing permanent and sustainable programming partners at JJIC, we have also completed our research, development, and scope of services, and look forward to that RFQ and RFP being made public, and again, implementation in quarter two 2025. So both of those projects, we're seeing some significant progress being made in those areas. We have requested salary increases for JJIC specific positions, although we've seen a hold to that in review for the City Council Budget Committee to review and approve. So waiting on progress towards that. And then last but not least, Tyler Technologies Enterprise Supervision, which again is our jail management system that we have been able to acquire through the support of the Justice Technology Modernization Program. We look forward to data conversion and configuration in 2025 and to go live with that software system in 2026. And so that's a project we will continue to work on throughout 2025. And then here are just a few images of some of the programs we hosted in the first quarter. And again, just looking forward to continued engagement with youth. I want to thank all of the councilmen and councilwomen who support JJIC in their efforts and come into our space and visit us. You guys are always welcome visitors, and we love having you in the space.
Thank you. Any questions from Councilman? Thank you guys very much. And tell us what, yes, we prompted a Council Member Green. I'm sorry.
No. I was going to say what you were about to say. Tell Ms. Williams we're wishing her a speedy recovery.
I'm sure she's watching, so you can tell her yourself.
All right,
I know she's watching.
We wish you a speedy recovery and look forward to seeing you again, not only here at the table, but at the JJIC for the many events that are sponsored.
Ditto was I was about to say that he said.
Amen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Next, we have the Sheriff's Office. And as always, guys, thank you guys for being patient with us. I know these quarterly meetings can be burdensome and kind of long, but they're important. And we get a lot of responses from people who watch these meetings. So thank you. And Sheriff, thank you.
Thank you, Councilman.
Sheriff, when you're ready, you can start your presentation and identify the participants and who's at the table with you.
We do have a presentation, but I'm not sure if it's in there. No? Okay. We'll just before it. All right. Good afternoon. Thank you, Chair Thomas, Councilmember Green, Councilmember Morrow. Thank you all for being here.
As you know, I'm Orleans Parish Sheriff Susan Hudson. I'm joined here today by our Deputy Chief team. To my right, the camera's left, is Deputy Chief Christopher Goodley over our field operations, which includes courts and any field functions as well. To my left is the man who makes us all sleep well at night, Chief Jay Mallett, who runs our custodial facilities, a wealth of knowledge and experience, and keeps our facilities safe. Also here in the crowd today is CAO Troy Glover, who is over our programming and community functions as well, and CFO Bianca Brown, who is over our financial functions and is really bringing her wealth of knowledge also to our organization.
And let me say that before you start off, I step out, Sheriff, to your team. Thank you for your team. As I said earlier, so many people are taking credit and success for some of the cutting-edge stuff we're doing, and we're leading the nation in many categories in terms of violent crime and overall crime. But you're part of the system. Your team has a lot to do with that. And let me say that I'm extremely excited to see team members, to see Mr. Glover here, one of the foremost experts in talking about workforce development.
Yes.
How do you get men and women who've been part of the system involved? We've touched on that. And I would hope and pray that you utilize those services, because if you're talking about impacting this recidivism, Mr. Glover, I still talk to some of those men that you gathered by the levee in the Lower Ninth Ward now, who've moved on from your program now, who are productive citizens, and they actually credit that effort to be able to work, come home, work, earn a keep. It was part of keeping them off of drugs, stabilizing them, and making them feel like they mattered. So I'm looking forward to your expertise being part of the solution in this town, because I think, as we heard earlier, it's really only a few thousand people, right, who actually impact the criminal justice system. And unless you're out there, most folk don't know that. But thank you for putting together a holistic team.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Thomas. We're honored to be here. This is a really stellar leadership team I have. Not here today is Chief Deputy Inga Berry, who's over some of our community resources, and Chief of Staff John Williams, who's over our legal functions, consent judgment, and others. We have such a strong Deputy Chief team that things are really moving forward in this department as we have been planning for that to happen, and is part of my promises to this community. You know, our mission is to provide community safety and service to the people of this parish. We have to protect the rights and humanity of those in our custody, support the wellness of our staff, and facilitate our connections to the community. We want our community to trust our work and what we're doing. And our vision is to have this quality system of detention and court services that promote public safety by dealing with the humanity, being a community responsive agency, and being part of a restorative culture. One of the things I noticed about everybody who's been up here so far today is they talked about assessing folks, looking at what are their needs, and trying to get them to someplace better. Of the people that, I think the court put out numbers around 12,000, almost 13,000 people coming through the jail each year. We have an opportunity to touch them and do something better for them. And what we know, and our team knows, that work in the jail is it's generational. So grandfather might be their father, son, so on and so forth. And we know that children are 7 times more likely to join their parents if their parents are criminal justice involved. So we're trying to put all we can into place to interrupt that system, just like the others in this, that came before you today, and we're excited about this work. So very, very grateful. I'm going to turn it over to Chief Goodley to talk about community safety.
Good afternoon, Honorable Council and members of the public. In regards to community safety, the sheriff had actually tasked me one of these endeavors that we collaborate with the New Orleans Police Department and associate with providing extra support, including Mardi Gras. And for the 2025 Mardi Gras season, we were able to bring 200 of our own deputies, as well as an additional 225 deputies from external partnerships, over 25, including this Mardi Gras, to make sure that Mardi Gras went off without a hitch. And no news is good news. We had relatively few incidents. We did process 360 arrests for a combined effort of drugs,
weapons, theft charges, things of that nature. But that was in collaboration with the New Orleans Police Department, the Louisiana State Police, and albeit you did mention over through emails as relative to an arrest that one of our deputies had actually made dealing with a four-wheeler over the weekend, and that person was a convicted felon, had drugs on him, and a firearm. So thank you, Councilman Green, for the acknowledgement of those OPSO resources as well. And support side, Operation Nolan Huff, led by one of our captains, Stephanie Minto, was instrumental in providing support services for over 200 victims and their family members in association with that as well. And then for the Super Bowl and the Super Bowl time, that period over that Super Bowl weekend, they were able to recover 15 missing individuals dealing with human trafficking on that side. So the work is tremendous, and I appreciate you lauding the Albany Parish Sheriff's Office's efforts in those endeavors.
Thank you. We're excited. Not like this weekend, but the weekend before that, we had a big hiring fair at the department. We have 150 folks come through. Many of them want to be deputies in our facilities, and a lot of them want to come work the streets as well. So we're continuing to bring folks in to help keep the city safe. A big shout out to Captain Stephanie Minto, soon to be Major Stephanie Minto, who's a part of our NOLA Crime Victims and Survivors Hub. We've got big work coming up in April as a part of that Crime Victims Week, but just kudos to her as well for her work during Mardi Gras. We're going to go through, turn this over to Chief Jay Mallett to talk about the jail.
Thank you. I think it's important that we start on July 15, 2024, when the Albany Parish Sheriff Department had about 1,500 plus residents. It's important to note, I believe, that exceeded design capacity, that exceeded any reasonable operating capacity. The Sheriff Department was tasked with routinely having an influx in our booking area. We averaged about 86 people in that area that was designed for a temporary holding environment. We had about 130 sentenced DOC individuals that needed to be in DOC's custody. As of 7:10 a.m. this morning, I can say that we had 0 individuals in that booking area waiting to be processed, and that's a team effort. That group that works in IPC booking and the classification unit works throughout the night to make sure that anybody that's staying has appropriate housing based on their custody designations. The population today between the temporary detention facility and OJC is 1,375. Of that 1,375, we have 1,333 pretrial individuals. That's about 97% of our population. We have 42 sentenced DOC residents. That's about 3% of our population. 9 of those are being transferred tomorrow. Under Sheriff Hudson's leadership, some of the initiatives that have been taken and implemented, particularly to help with that population and to manage that population, because it's very important to note that with 1,500 people, you basically have 0 vacancy rate as far as housing. You have 0 flexibility to maneuver and to properly protect individuals coming in and those in custody from harm. Initiatives taking place, the Department of Correction has authorized and has been moving those sentenced individuals pretty regularly. Since September, late September, over 300 plus have transferred to the Department of Correction, have been sentenced. An additional 84, 85 parole violators have been sent to the Department of Correction facilities. I think it's also important to note that of that 84 with parole holds, a large percentage of those
were individuals that were arrested in New Orleans but weren't being supervised in New Orleans, nor did they have a residence plan in New Orleans. The length of stay for those being released from Orleans Parish Sheriff Office is around 58 days. The national average is 43. For those that aren't being released within that time frame, the average length of stay is about 199 days.
All right, so a couple of additional things. I heard Chief Judge Javelier earlier talk about the amount of first appearances that were being held at Magistrate Court. And for the 2024, I think the number was over 12,000 that I wrote down. Currently, we have 4,767 residents that year-to-date have been transported to criminal court for some fashion of court hearing. 1,586 have been transported just for magistrate year-to-date. And last year's number, we've provided over 22,000 transports to criminal court for some form of adjudication process, whether it be first appearance or whether it be normal court hearing as well. So that's the tremendous amount of legwork that goes into it. And we have to keep those courtrooms safe and secure at all times. They're really doing work. They really are.
Yeah, thank you for that, Chief. I'm going to talk also, pivot a little bit to talk about our community commitment. We're more than a law enforcement agency. We're a part of the safety and support and service for the people of this parish. Similar to what the coroner talked about, municipal court talked about, people were deeply involved in direct community involvement and in trying to get people back into their communities from a rehabilitation standpoint, which strengthens our neighborhoods and then, of course, strengthens public safety. Towards that end, we have an upcoming millage renewal, which is not a new tax. It is the continuation of the existing funding that ensures that all the essential services that the Orleans Parish Sheriff's Office provides, whether at the courts, whether at the jail, whether in the community, or as a part of special events like Mardi Gras, Super Bowl, etc., that we can continue to do that. That is a renewal that's coming up here on May 3rd. It will generate an estimated $13.9 million. A portion of that goes towards finishing off the debt from the new jail and the new facilities that have been there, and the other part will go towards our plan for maintenance of these facilities, which are being heavily taxed by this giant population that we have, which is around 40 to 50% more than when I got into office. So that's a lot of upkeep and maintenance that has to be done to the facilities, and actually the way the facilities function is a big part of the consent judgment. And it will also be utilized to make sure we have a proper pay plan for our deputies and we can take good care of them. As you know, they do a lot of work and they do everything this community asks us to do, and I want to be able to provide for them as well. So the millage will take care of that. Make sure we have the necessary funding to fix what is, again, the system's being taxed, to continue to be transparent. As we have our new systems coming online as well from the ARPA funds that the city provided us, we are very grateful for that. Our new jail management system will come online about the same time that the court's new system comes online, so that all these systems can function together. We'll be able to have much more data and better data than the old AS400, and that will help us to govern what we do, all of our operations, and how we deliver services, and greatly enhance our financial management under Chief Brown. If we don't get that, we're out talking to the community. We were in the East. We'll be in Algiers this week. We're talking about failure to do that will mean that we will not be able to continue to take care of this jail, causing it to deteriorate and not be able to take care of it. It will be an increased burden on the city and taxpayers for us to be able to take care of the folks that the New Orleans Police Department arrests
And it will challenge our ability to be out in the community, also providing public safety as well. So we are gearing up to deal with this mental health crisis in the city. A great deal of those folks come through our jail, and we have to deal with those, the mental health, addiction, and trauma. And that will reduce our ability to deal with any of that, and including our reentry programs. It will also hurt our compliance with the consent judgment. We've created a compliance and accountability unit, which, if you know anything about NOPD's consent judgment as well, when they created their bureau that was over that and to control, monitor, look at data, and make sure they direct resources, that's how you get out of a consent judgment and comply with it. So our Compliance and Accountability Bureau, which needs to be expanded, will take a hit from that as well. But that's a big part of being in compliance.
We got some data on it if you want to.
Go ahead, Chief.
Looking back at the compliance progress, I just want to touch on some of the things that has been done regarding the consent judgment and those stipulated orders. As of the reporting period, January through March, 89% or 221 of the 249 required corrective action items have been completed. And there's ongoing efforts to finalize the remaining tasks. Those remaining tasks have fiscal impacts that we're exploring. We're looking at cost-benefit analysis to determine the best approach for those. But some of the key achievements under compliance is we like to be proud of is our security checks. The Jail Monitoring and Compliance Bureau, the sheriff talked about, has reviewed and verified over 2,000 documented security checks. That's an increase of about 79%, which is phenomenal considering the fact how many are supposed to be made at a particular jail, at a jail this size. Ongoing shakedown efforts, shakedown being defined as a systematic search of areas based on either intelligence or multitude of reasons to do it. Those shakedowns are being conducted by jail operations staff, ISB staff, field services staff, and that has increased about 23%. Contraband control, some of the efforts being made there. Our high-risk housing units, and these housing units house those individuals that have been classified and determined to be violent, aggressive, assaultive, or predatory. We have a real interest in shaking those areas down, and that has intensified during those searches in this particular quarter. We've confiscated 200 plus homemade weapons. We've confiscated 23 instances of illegal narcotics in our booking area, a point entry, and one cell phone. And I mean, I've worked and managed a lot of places, and to have a jail or correctional facility with one cell phone in 2025 is phenomenal. Staffing improvement. The sheriff talked about the recruitment efforts and the job fair. We've been processing approximately 50 plus applicants per month for the last quarter here. I think for the first time in a while we have a net gain in most of our critical areas. Not enough, but we're getting there. But we put together I think a pretty good staffing plan and pay plan to kind of sure that in regards to technology, we have some wins there. Each housing unit has a kiosk now. That kiosk, you're able to do video visits, order commissary. In the process, the inmate handbook is on that kiosk. Video calls, and there's an online law library. In addition to that, each individual has a tablet where these services are also provided. The only thing I think we're working on now is the integration with our C-call processes, which is going to make us more efficient in providing medical and mental health care services. The biggest thing, one of the biggest things I believe that we've done in regards to compliance is developed a housekeeping plan whereby jail operations, along with facility maintenance, has a robust cleaning schedule. Cleaning the general areas, all common areas, and making sure that the residents have the supplies they need
and are accountable for cleaning their housing areas.
Thank you, Chief. Yes, we are moving forward at rapid speed with this amazing leadership group. We like the way things are going. Those tablets help with a number of things, as Chief said, and also they preoccupy folks. They got something more to do, and they don't have to compete for phones. They can call during the day or whenever their loved ones get home. That is a big part of reducing tension in the jail. So that's been good for us. And we look forward to other literacy programs and other things that will also be on those tablets. So they're going to be a big just boost for us. But again, as we move forward, we've got to make sure we are taking care of our facilities, our employees, and then those in our custody as well. So we're excited about where we're moving, and we hope to continue all that work. Thank you.
Councilmember Green. I appreciate your presentation today, and I do want to say that I appreciate the fact that the Sheriff's Office, in addition to being the manager of a jail facility, which is designed to keep people until they've gone to trial, is doing some work in the community. So it gives me a chance to, a lot of work in the community. It gives me a chance to emphasize that on tomorrow. For example, there's a press conference that Captain Minto, who is so very motivated, is an integral part of sponsoring, and it's right here at City Hall to talk about what we can do to continue to support those who have been victimized by crime. It's National Crime Victims' Rights Week starting on Saturday, and the Sheriff's Office is one of the officers, along with the District Attorney who is here, the New Orleans Police Department who presented earlier, and others, including the City Council, that strongly supports the victims of crime in our city, and also strongly supports our community in many other ways. Your presentation spoke for itself. If you have an opportunity, no, not if, I would like to ask you, unless you've already sent it already, if you can email it so that when people see these meetings and they have questions on certain statistics. So I'll give you a chance to expound on one statistic because I guess it emphasizes the role of the Sheriff's Office. Talk about the 22,000, whatever the title was, engagements, because people know that this prison houses inmates until such time as there is an opportunity for them to go to trial, and there are other functions. But to appreciate maybe what that number is, could you talk about what that number involves?
I believe that number was about the number of transports from the jail to the various courts. We got justice has to be served, and we do want it to be swift. So, our bands, you see them rolling all over the criminal justice complex, moving folks all day long to and from court to make sure the courts are able to, have their dockets.
Sometimes one may have to go to court 3 or 4 times before they have a trial. And
Yes.
so your office has got to transport them, and it's a security issue. So it's just something that the public ought to be aware of, because they'll ask about certain numbers, like where did 22,000 come from when there were 7,000 arrests, et cetera, there were 12,000 engagements involving other agencies, but many times it involves transport of those who are incarcerated to the trials or to the hearings that are necessary.
More than once, yes.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Just wanted to explain that number, but I appreciate it. There's so many things that we could talk about. I'm concerned about, of course, the weaponry that is created, I guess, from breaking. How do you have that many weapons, and what kind of work can be done to reduce the access to those type of weapons?
I can speak to that. The jail, the design is a bit different. A lot of the weaponry is aluminum, low-gauge steel caps and things like that that can be pulled off or manipulated, whether it be from door hinges or whatever in common areas, or just stuff that's readily removable inside the housing unit. So they take these things and sharpen them to a point, or they be blunt objects. And that's why we do more and more shakedowns. And there are some solutions to that, but
talk about them.
Well, I mean, you're talking about hardening of the jail. When I say hardening, you're looking at things that you can put in place that can't be manipulated. You want to go with tamper-resistant type or recess-type lighting fixtures. You want to go time-controlled plumbing
you want to look at locks, we're in the process now. What we need to do probably the entire jail, we look at our locking mechanisms and how those things can be manipulated. And over time, they become loose, whereby you have to have either them replaced or you constantly trying to fix them. And once you get to a certain point where you fixed and fixed and fixed, it's no longer the integrity of the lock, the hinge, the door is no longer there. So, I mean, absent retrofit, you know, you can retrofit so long, you're either going to change out locks and doors or you're going to, you know, reframe them. And I don't know if that's an option here, but I mean, to harden the facility will require an overhaul. And I'm glad that Plump was asked because, you know, we have a classification system. And we have about 80% of the individuals that we have in custody are considered either medium or high security, meaning you're going to need to have them on a schedule, not necessarily just in the general population. You're going to have to provide more security, more escorts, more control. And like I said, 80% of the individuals in custody fit that description. They're either violent, aggressive, predatory, or assaultive. So it's important that, you know, we have the resources to be able to, if we want to lock the facility down, we're able to lock the facility down, and we're confident in the mechanism and the security system we have in place.
Have you analyzed the potential cost?
We're looking at that now. We do have some cost. Chief Brown and a team of individuals are doing some security audits along with cost benefit. I talked a little bit about the cost benefit associated with some of these things, and we are in the process of developing that for all stakeholders.
Okay. Well, we'll look forward to hearing it because we certainly want to do what we can to reduce the number of weapons available to those who are incarcerated. Obviously, that certainly creates additional tension for those who are employees as well as those who are incarcerated. Could you also talk about the mental health facility and the progress that is being made at this time?
Yeah, phase 3, the mental health jail, is about probably between 40 and 50% built. We are working closely with them to make sure, it's only 89 beds, but to make sure we don't have the same issues in the residential part of that, where they can get to access to breaking things off using the aluminum instead of hardened steel, that type of thing. So working with them to make sure we don't have those issues in that part of the new facility coming up. It's about, like I said, between 45, 50% built. But it will soon be accelerating, is what we heard from the city's Vince Smith earlier this month, was that it will be accelerating forward once they get it basically kind of roughed in, right? Most of the plumbing and all that, and then it's moving forward with, building out the inside. So most of the big things, the plumbing, connections are being done. There's one other issue, which is the controls for the jail. And we're working on that because we can't have two different control systems for the old jail and the new jail. We need to have those kind of be the same. So all integrated together, and that will also help us upgrade this 10 to 12-year-old technology in the current jail. So it's more, for this time. But yeah, it's moving forward, although I hoped it would not be.
It's done.
Gotta do what you gotta do.
It's done. But at the end of the day, you all are the experts and you know, but obviously it's a mental health facility, so if you have these issues of weapons being created in the regular jail, you want to do everything that you can to make sure, I know that there are certain limits, but that there are no opportunities for weapons to be in the hands of those who are there because they have mental health challenges. I know you know. But okay, look forward to seeing you on tomorrow, and thank you, Captain Mentos, and those who work with victims, especially in your office, because that is a so important part of helping to keep public safety in our city, providing for those who have been victimized by crime. Thank you.
Sheriff, if I can help with this conversation a little. A new facility that's built tomorrow, 12 months later, it's public safety, it's infrastructure, is going to be tested.
That's right.
12 months after that.
That's right.
By a toothbrush, a broken piece of tin, aluminum foil, a piece of a tray,
a hairbrush, a comb. People ask, how do you have a fire in a cell inside of a maximum security system? They find a way.
That's right.
How do you, when people who are in 23 and 1 are on mandatory lockdown, how do they communicate with each other?
Find a way.
They find a way.
Yeah.
So this world where people think you're going to have foolproof systems, first, you've never been in one, so you don't know what you're talking about. And then secondly, it's not that you can't expect to have it, but let's talk about wear and tear. If I'm constantly sticking my toothbrush in this lock that is supposed to be foolproof, if I'm constantly poking at it or pushing it, if I'm constantly beating at it over 5, 10, 15, or 20 years, if I said anything wrong yet?
You're preaching.
Yeah, well, that's why I keep my mouth shut when I don't know what I'm talking about.
Keep speaking.
But we're going to constantly have to figure out how to restore, especially these facilities, and how we renovate these facilities. The people, many people in prison they're not stupid. They may have earned the right to be locked up, but they're going to challenge that system every day. There's a small percentage of this, they're going to challenge the system every day. And they're going to pressure the system as well as the infrastructure that people work there every day. So, but I think Councilwoman Green has said something. Maybe we should get some information or data on the facilities. What does the overall, what does it look like to reinforce it? But you could build a new facility tomorrow, and the people in there are going to threaten it the day after. Sheriff, any closing comments? Councilwoman Burrell? Okay.
Well said. Thank you so much, Councilmember Thompson. Yeah, and Chief knows of his 25 years in the, as being, starting from a deputy all the way up to running multiple facilities in Mississippi. He knows this backwards and forwards. You're always going to have this go on. What we're trying to do here is be transparent about it. I'm betting on this team. I trust our deputies. I trust our leaders. We're starting here. This is where we started, but we are on our way to something totally different. Can't wait to show the data with now that we have more programming, more the tablets in there. That month, I think the number of incidents cut in half. It was incredible. So we're moving to something different. Our honor pod that you got to come see, a different way of life. We just started number 2, and we'll be on our way to number 3, and we're just going to continue to do that. We are trying to get these folks in our custody somewhere else. And not physically somewhere else, like internally somewhere else, to where they can, enjoy this city like everybody else gets to.
Thank you. And thank you and your team. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
District Attorney's Office. And guys, thank y'all for being patient and waiting. We really appreciate that. All right, Councilman. It's been a good meeting, though. Yeah. You have a good evening, man. You too. How you guys doing, guys? When y'all are ready, identify the team and start your presentations. And again, thank y'all for being so patient, like you always are.
Yes, sir. All right. Good afternoon, Chairman. We never mind batting clean up. My name is Keith Lincoln. I'm Chief of Operations and External Affairs for the DA's office. I'm joined today on my far left by Micah Ince, our Chief of Staff. Directly to my left, Andre Godin, our Chief of Screening. Director of Strategic Initiatives, Daniel Shanks, and the Chief of our Homicide Unit, Matthew Derbies.
Well, if you're familiar with baseball, there's a utility players make the Hall of Fame of the All-Star team. That's because they play every position.
There we go. Yeah, we're hoping to be Otani of this thing.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So, Chairman, we always appreciate the opportunity to be here, not just to address you guys, but just to update the public about how we're doing and the various initiatives we've got going on. And, you know, the hallmark of this administration has really been being smart on crime. D.A. Williams has been saying that since day one, that, you know, we're going to be as smart on crime as the system has traditionally been tough on crime. And that principle really flows throughout every aspect of the work that we do. We're going to talk a lot about that, how across the spectrum, from the prevention work that we do all the way to the other end, to the violent crime prosecutions, how we've been smarter on the way that we attack violent crime. You know, a huge principle that we've really led with and leaned into under the Williams administration is collaboration. It's partnerships. It's, you know, with untraditional organizations that DA's offices have not traditionally engaged in order to get our jobs done. We saw that you guys honored Jim Cook and Mr. Bardell at the top of the meeting. That shows that you have an acknowledgement of the group lift that this is, and that sometimes it comes in different shapes and forms than it may traditionally have with just police, district attorneys, judges, right? So, you know, we want to talk a little bit about how we perform with the investments that you guys have made in us. The DA has come here with some very specific asks in the past, and each time you guys have invested in that, we have delivered on that promise. And we've done that by him giving our staff and the public a very clear and explicit vision, right? We know generally that our job is to reduce crime and to prosecute violent crime, but he came here and said we need a homicide unit that would help us do our work and that would help us historically reduce crime. We've done that. Matt is going to talk to you a lot about that today and about, you know, really the remarkable percentage of homicide cases that we've brought to trial and we've been successful at. We've also done it by using data, using technology, and using that at every aspect of our work. It's not enough just to perform well. You've got to be able to track the metrics, track the outcomes of the work that you're doing, and be able to evolve and perform better whenever those numbers bear out something different than you initially thought. So we'll speak a lot about that using data, but also that assessment and that auditing process to get to better outcomes. And, you know, again, we've always been able to evolve to emerging technologies, to what the trends are showing us. So today, we're going to hit a few very clear benchmarks for you guys. We're going to talk about staffing and recruitment. We're going to talk about case screening and review. Then we'll go to the No Dice initiative and how, you know, prevention and place-based interventions have played a huge role in our work. Then we'll get to homicide and let Matt talk to you about the work that he and his team are doing. And we'll end by talking about the citywide Justice Technology Modernization Program and what that's meant not just for our work, but how that's even given us even more promise and more benefits as it relates to the communication and the coordination with our partner agencies. So first, I'd like to go to Micah to talk a little bit about staffing and recruitment.
Hello. So in terms of staffing, we have undergone just recently a few minor restructuring changes within a few divisions, just for more efficient case handling, but nothing major. In 2025, one thing we are very much focused on is wellness, the wellness of our staff. We recently contracted a mental health professional for the benefit of our staff, and that was funded by reallocating funds from an HR vacancy. So no new funds needed for that. Wellness resources for prosecutors, it's been a big topic on a national level, something the National District Attorneys Association has been pushing for, and something that we believe is critical.
Do you have an organizational chart that would show that? Because you guys have done a lot of specialty hires and specialty positions. It would be good for us, especially to see what the titles are, who those people are, and the roles they play within the DA's office.
Yes. And
you can provide us that in the future.
Absolutely, we'll do. And this person, to be clear, is not going to be an employee of our office, but rather someone that they can go see confidentially. We want them to have someone they can speak to if they are in a point of crisis and need assistance. And Recruitment, we're filling positions, as soon as they're vacated or as soon as we can possibly do so. Our current vacancies are primarily for attorneys, and we do have a few conditional hires that are just awaiting bar results for the February bar and should know in a couple weeks. So hopefully filling a few of those in short order. And in terms of training, continue to maintain a robust training program with regular cross-agency training sessions. At times we assist in training other agencies, and at times they assist in training us. So over the past few weeks, NOPD's Crime Lab has provided refreshers to us on ballistics, drug chemistry, DNA, and fingerprint evidence. It's beneficial, especially for our less experienced attorneys, to hear directly from the people that are, processing that evidence. So doing what we can to position the office for success. Nothing major to report, and again, I will get you that work chart.
Yeah, thank you very much, Micah. Councilman, Micah said this sort of in passing, but we'll definitely get the org chart. But as we've made hires that might be in traditional positions or non-traditional positions, we have repurposed resources that we've got in-house. So we've always been very judicious with the budget dollars that we've received, and even when we've created new positions, those are typically, reallocations of funding that we received otherwise. Daniel is a huge example of that too. It's just in all the work that he does with No Dice and the strategic initiatives, that's been, a combination of funding that we had allocated to screening and some grant funds. So next we'll hear from Andre Godin to talk a little bit about our case screening and review and the way he has really revolutionized that division, and how he, before we even got into this technology modernization project, was already, going around, scrounging for as much data as we could from our partners in order to do our work better. Andre?
Good afternoon. Case screening has continued to make advances with the structure of the District Screeners Program. Our one-on-one relationship that we have with each of our district screeners with the New Orleans Police Department on a district level, district captain level, gives a name and a point of contact between our respective law enforcement agency and our prosecutorial agency to closely collaborate and to speed up the pace with which we can conduct our screening process. Through the Justice Tech Modernization Program and the support we've received, and frankly the leadership we've taken in trying to make these advancements as smooth as possible, not just for ourselves, but for everybody in the criminal justice community, we have come up with a stopgap digital sharing method called the Arrest Case Management tool. It's something that was pioneered by a collaboration with the city and New Orleans Police Department resources. I certainly don't take credit for it myself, but they were able to do a phenomenal job creating a stopgap measure that allows us to have digital case file transmission between an OPD and the OPDA, which is a huge step forward from the more ad hoc method of transmission of this material that preceded it. We are continuing to use data to drive decision-making, to drive our interventions, and that relationship that we have with the NOPD has enabled us to continue to make headway in keeping our screening numbers robust. We're at about 2/3 of all cases being accepted on the felony level. That includes DV felonies, and we're about halfway there on misdemeanors by themselves alone. The other part of this process has resulted in a massive reduction in the issue of 701 releases. Those are releases of defendants where the DA's office was unable to provide a screening decision prior to the deadlines established by the Code of Criminal Procedure. When I took over in late summer 2022, we were still on a pretty significant high. We worked to reduce that, and then now, as of our current standard operating procedure, we're at 0 or near 0 for 701 releases across the board. It's a problem that's been solved, and we've moved on to bigger and better problems. I'm fortunate enough to report. One of those being the transition that the New Orleans Police Department and the OPDA have gone through as we've moved through August 1st of 2024 and the full-on, full-throated embracing of constitutional conceived carry under 1495M. That made for a very challenging winter, challenging Super Bowl, challenging Taylor Swift concert, and challenging Mardi Gras. But we're working very closely with our partners in the New Orleans Police Department, including the excellent Sergeant David Barnes, now Chief Gernon, and now Captain Palumbo of the 8th District. We work to develop alternatives to the 1495M illegal carrying of a concealed weapons misdemeanor charge that gave the New Orleans Police Department additional tools. That was nowhere better exemplified than by a full embracing by the chief, by the superintendent, and by all the district captains of an effort that we put together with Sergeant Barnes. We were able to summarize all of the relevant alternatives to 1495M. These include 1382, negligent carrying of a concealed weapon, and expanded use of the prohibition of carrying at 1,000 feet of a school and at a special designated area of a school-sponsored activity. In our estimation, a lot of our Mardi Gras parades contain almost, if not more, high school students, high school dance team members, high school marching band members, high school ROTC members marching along in time with the various crews that they're supporting as they do crew members themselves, meaning at least half the population that's marching these parades are students. Well, while working very closely with City Council and getting substitute motion number M25-43 passed, which specifically designated each of the parade routes for the New Orleans Carnival season, we were able to make justifying argument that 1495-2 also prohibited possession of firearms along any of these parade routes where there was a school marching band, school ROTC, school dance team present. Using this tool, the New Orleans Police Department was able to effect multiple arrests and establish reasonable suspicion for stops where they saw those trademark L-shaped bulges on individuals who were at the parade routes. It was such a successful tool that despite efforts to the contrary, even the LSP was using it as a basis for making reasonable suspicion arrests. I couldn't be happier with the outcome. I couldn't be happier with the mapping products we were able to use our GIS specialists to craft and distribute to the police officers who were going to be working those particular parade routes. They would know where they stood, both on the red line of the parade route and when they crossed over into 1,000 feet prohibition from a school zone, knowing explicitly where they were, where the offender would be, and what school zone to cite, and their basis for reasonable suspicion, or probable cause rather, for the arrest. So it's been a great, great example of this close collaboration between the screening division of the OPDA and the NOPD. I was looking back at the numbers over the past year, and before I hand it off to Nodice, we had about 590 arrests for 1495M misdemeanor between August of 2023, this being the year before the prohibition or the lifting of 1495 and replacing with 1495M settled in. 590, and in the following year of August 1st, 2024 through March 9th of 2025, we had about 160. So we had about a 2/3 reduction. But I think the good news about that is that doesn't tell the whole story, because 1382 wasn't a one-for-one replacement for 1495M. It was just one of the tools that we gave to them, including these 1495-2 charges and additional charges that we've further educated the NOPD on. So that close collaboration continues. We've taken off our blinders to the problems of the NOPD on the district level, and we're a proactive participant and collaborant on making sure that the NOPD has every tool it possibly can use under the law to provide a safe environment for the people of New Orleans to do the things that people of New Orleans does best.
Excuse me for you, Councilmember Green.
I want to thank you for that. I also want to acknowledge the fact that that state troopers are involved, which is going to help us if it should be challenged, if you will. But obviously, identifying those firearm-free zones is a very, very favorable development. Has it been a suggestion of challenge? Have we already withstood whatever challenge it might be?
So the only thing that's novel, I suppose, is the use for 1495-2's prohibition against carrying at specific designated areas of school-sponsored activities. And our use of that coincided with the passage of the specific designation by the City Council, combined with the school-sponsored activities that's present at a lot of these parades. That is something that I'm not aware personally has been done widely before. We haven't been challenged on it yet, but we are screening those cases aggressively. We do hope to maintain an aggressive pace for these felony offenses. We made it clear, and numerous messages from the council, from the superintendent, from the NOPD made it clear that bringing a firearm to the parade route would be considered a crime and could result in seizure and arrest. And in fact, it did. Right. And I think word got out pretty quickly that was the case. So I'm I'm very happy to support NOPD given this tool, and I'm happy to push these prosecutions as far as the law will allow.
Appreciate that cooperation.
Absolutely. In that line of cooperation, in taking the blinders off to the problems of the New Orleans Police Department, our district screener program and its natural outgrowth, the NODICE, the New Orleans Data Informed Community Engagement Initiative, have been a great boon to trying to identify this place-based approach. And so with that, I think I'll turn it over to our NODICE Director and Director of Strategic Initiatives, Daniel Shanks.
Thank you, Chief Godin. Thank you, Council. We kicked off NODICE, New Orleans Data Informed Community Engagement, in late 2023. The idea is that we wanted to have a pilot where we could, leverage data, leverage our risk terrain modeling, which we've explained at these hearings before, and engage community in a meaningful way. And as that program grew, we built a structure that, and a rhythm and a cadence to how we approach each neighborhood. And it's depicted right here. Whenever NODICE is beginning, we first use our risk terrain modeling and our trends to figure out what exactly is the areas that deserve the most attention. Where are we seeing our concentrations of crime, and specifically gun violence? What is the likelihood of being a victim of gun violence in these areas? And what is the pattern of crime that's happening there? We also use the risk terrain modeling to figure out the environmental landscape and the correlation between those geographic factors and the crime that's happening. Other factors that we use, time of day, day of week, months of the year, to really isolate what these issues are and to give us a better understanding of how we can intervene. But before we can have any meaningful intervention, going back to the previous slide, is we have to engage community. And when we engage community, Councilman Green, you've been a part of many of these community meetings. It's not just the community organizations, it's going into the homes of the leaders of the community, hearing from the kids of the community. We're focused on Central City right now. I was in Mike Burnside's backyard talking about the data of Central City. I was at Urban Impact Ministries in Hoffman Triangle on Thursday, having a round table with about 9 teenagers. And, I can see what's happening when it comes to arrest, but I can't see what's happening when it comes to the lived experience of individuals in these neighborhoods that are suffering from crime. And when we talk to these young folks, they were brilliant, they were articulate, and they gave me so much more data than this could ever provide. It's two-dimensional, it's a sheet of paper. Their lived experience is the third dimension. It tells us everything, how we need to intervene, and really pulls up the chair to individuals about, how they can be the co-authors to the solution of public safety. We heard, I like to have this little thought experiment. If you're mayor of Central City for a day, what would you give and what would you take away? And the answers were devastating. One girl called her neighborhood a gumbo of chaos. Somebody said one thing that they would take away is that when they bring their brother and sister to school, they don't want to see prostitutes and drug dealers, and they don't want to see people using, because they hate having to tell their younger sibling about what's happening in front of them. So really understanding this true lived experience of the people that are suffering from this crime is instrumental to making sure that the interventions are meaningful and align with what people in that community need. And going to the next slide, after we do that, we bring that data to a group of stakeholders. And if you look here at who's in the room, it's everybody from the faith-based community, nonprofit community, law enforcement, city council, nonprofit community, and NGOs. And what we do here is we take that data that we've had, the community engagement that we've learned about, that research from the people who live through it, and really have an open discussion. And we bring those people into the room as well. And we have an open discussion about what are the impacts that we can make right now. With all the resources that we have available, it doesn't just have to be law enforcement led. This could be recreation led. This could be faith-based led. But we really develop a strategic plan for how we can impact and make the biggest bang for our buck, how we leverage existing resources to really reduce violent crime. And so after that, we kind of we then do our interventions. And looking at the North Claiborne corridor on the next slide, you can see the timeline for what we all did collectively. This is not just No Dice, it's not just NOPD, it's all of us working together, from the Office of Homelessness Services with the decommissioning of the encampment in North Tremay, along the North Claiborne corridor. We saw code enforcement taking down the Harlequin Theater. We saw the interventions at the Hookah Joint, where we issued a cease and desist with NOFD and safety and permits. The DA's office worked with our federal partners to secure some controlled buys, which allows us to seize the tire shop on North Claiborne. Nairi Ramsey said, light it up and clean it up. So we petitioned DPW for brand new lights from Orleans to Esplanade, which have been installed. They have a few little hiccups right now, but it was a great win for that community. Senator Duplessis, Rep. Knox, they advocated on having DOTD pressure wash the entire area. So, that's an example of the holistic interventions that we made in just one area. And then going to the next slides.
And Mr. Shing, may I mention, and guess what? There's going to be an Easter celebration this year for the first time ever first time in a long time, under the bridge in the area where the encampment existed and in the block where that illegal hookah joint.
And that's a great win.
Children coming back to Claiborne Avenue. That's the work that we all did.
Yes, sir.
That's why it's important.
And Councilman Green, I just want to commend you on your engagement in this. We focus a lot on the 1st and 5th districts, and it's surrounded your council district, and you have been involved every step of the way. Any barrier that we've run into, you have been quick to pick up the phone and make sure that barrier is removed. So I'm grateful. And, looking at the 4 neighborhoods we focused on, this is Uloa and South Pierce. The next one is, you can just skip over it, Michael. North Claiborne Corridor, the next one, Hardin Park, the next one, St. Bernard Corridor. In each one of these situations, we really try to have a real understanding of what's happening and have those focus engagements. The data draws our attention, the community develops the solutions, and we have a coordinated effort from federal, state, local, nonprofit agencies working together. And, we've seen a real impact with this coordinated approach. Micah, could you go to the next slide? So these are the gun crime reductions that we've seen in these targeted areas. So in Uloa and South Pierce, we saw 83% reduction in gun crimes. North Claiborne, a 71.9 reduction in gun crimes. Hardin Park, 35% reduction in gun crimes. And St. Bernard Avenue, 48% reduction in gun crimes. And this far surpassed the reductions that we've seen just in 2024. And, the DA's office, we take credit for a coordinated approach. I want to give credit to NOPD, to state police, to our city agencies, to our state agencies, to our federal partners, to our nonprofits, to our faith-based community. This is what happens when we all swim in one direction. So, the proof of concept is there. And one of the things that I'm really proud of is the way that we've been able to experiment and utilize levers. This was, at London Lodge, we were able to use the padlock ordinance for the first time. That place is now demolished. New Image Market and the tire shop, we were able to seize both those businesses where narcotics were being dealt out of. The Hookah Joint, Shamrock, St. Bernard Avenue, that's a multi-agency approach, working with OBES and the other agencies within the CAO's office to all come out, all look at the issues on the ground, and all make interventions. And then Hardin Park, planned recreation activities. That's a picture from last week of the DA pitching to a young man out there at Hardin Park because, we've seen murders and armed robberies, and the community has asked for an activation of baseball, and that's what we're seeing right now, is we're starting to see a baseball team starting to come together. Baseball Diamond will be there at Hardin Park. Next slide. And then what do we look forward to this year is utilizing our criminal blight statute. We're working on modifications to the state statutes, and I met with the CAO's office, OBES team, and the Director of Code Enforcement to make sure that we're all aligned in utilizing this. We proposed a nuisance abatement division in order for us to scale what's been a proven concept. And then integrating proven strategies from other jurisdictions. I've gone to Portland. Andre and I are going with NOPD to Oakland next month. And then I'm going to be on the phone with Dallas about some of the proven interventions that they've had and see if there's anything we can steal from them. and then engaging community organizations in interventions. And one of our most proud accomplishments is developing communities of hope. Where we're focused on these neighborhoods, we want to make sure that the faith-based community is being leveraged and making sure that we can engage them so that their congregations can be involved in this process. And that's it for NOTUS.
And so we're talking about the far end of the spectrum. The screening division is our front door. This prevention work, still within our mission, but really allows us to do some very creative things with partnerships, which, again, Daniel said, this isn't a, toot our own horn, but, really talk about the ways in which we've been effective at using data to, bring together a multidiscipline, multi-agency coalition of city agencies, nonprofits, historians and community in order to make a change. The far other end of that work, as serious as you can get, is homicide in the city of New Orleans, which has been, an issue that we've all been trying to crack, that we focus on every year. And through what Chief Derby's has done with the homicide unit, we've really seen some remarkable results, and we've seen a restoration of community trust. And I'd love for Chief Derby's to talk a little bit about the work his team has done.
Thank you, Keith. My name is Matthew Durbis. I'm the chief of the homicide unit. Just want to talk about some of the numbers. I think I was before this council last year, and we kind of ran over our open numbers of homicide cases. Last year was really kind of the year of the trial for us. We did an unprecedented number of homicide trials across 2024. I know the judge, chief judge and deputy chief judge had talked about the total number of jury trials, but in 2024, we did 42 homicide jury trials. And when I talked to my partners in other jurisdictions and attorneys who once worked in New Orleans and moved on to other places, that's really an unprecedented number of trials considering how much time it takes and how many people have to work together and be on the same page and be available just for the trial itself. It takes weeks to prepare for a trial. It takes almost a full week to try a case. And so when we created the homicide unit, the idea was to have attorneys who were solely focused on homicide cases that had the resource of time to be able to really spend with those cases, spend with the witnesses, look at every single piece of evidence, and to make sure that they were trained in how to do it, had the time to do it right, and were able to be successful in court. And so of the 42 homicide cases, we obtained convictions in 86% of cases that went to verdict, which was a monumental number compared to years of the past. And I think that's because, we have such great police work, such detective work. We're using more and more technology involved in the prosecutions, who are using more and more Project NOLA cameras, real-time crime cameras, cell site analysis, cell phone examinations from the NOPD Digital Forensic Unit. So we did a lot of cases in 2024. We were able to move the number of cases down by pushing cases through the system. In 2025, after the first 3 months, we've had 64 total trial settings. We took 6 of those cases to trials, and we obtained convictions in every single one of those cases. A lot of those cases we're seeing are being continued by the defense, or they're pleading out, which tells me that we kind of have their attention and they're taking us more and more serious and trying to avoid going to trial and not getting convicted. So very, very proud of the team that I work with. Very, very proud of NOPD working hand in hand with the homicide unit detectives who are doing amazing work, working hand in hand with the crime lab, working with Eddie Williams and Alan Seaton in the digital forensic units, who are getting into those phones faster than ever and getting us the very valuable evidence we need from those phones, and who are getting those cell phone records from providers and giving us geotime analysis that really pinpoints where the defendant was at a given point in time. So we're using more and more data. One of the things we kind of looked at as we were going out of 24 and into 25 was transitioning to more of a vertical prosecution unit. Now, the rest of the DA's office, for logistical reasons, they have a separate screening division, and once the case is formally charged by a bill of information, that case is then allotted to a certain section of court and assigned to one of our trials division attorneys. In homicide, effective February 1st of this year, we switched to a vertical prosecution model. And that means of all 9 attorneys in the homicide unit, myself included, as well as Deputy Chief Abigail McDonald, every one of those attorneys is placed in an up-list rotation for case assignments. And that means if you're next up on the list, once an arrest is made by NOPD homicide, that attorney is assigned the case from the moment an arrest is made. NOPD notifies us of a CBA cleared by arrest, email. We then assign the case to an attorney. We immediately notify our victim witness coordinator. We notify the detective so that from the moment of arrest, that detective can be paired with the prosecutor who's going to handle that case from the moment of arrest all the way through the trial itself. In that family who is dealing with the most horrific thing that could possibly happen to someone, that family is seeing one attorney from start to finish and is being paired up with a prosecutor from the very beginning of the case all the way throughout the trial. So that is something that's really maintained equitable caseloads for our attorneys. Before we had attorneys assigned by section of court, and we were relying on random allotment to try to generate an equitable caseload. So now the attorney gets the case from the very beginning, and they're going to keep that till the very end. And so everybody that we have, that we work with as part of the team, we do these press conferences, and we thank everybody under the sun because it is a true team effort from people at the DA's office, from the trial assistants to the victim witness advocates to the prosecutors to the investigators who help track down witnesses and sometimes track down lawyers to show up for trial, to Dr. McKenna's office. Working with those pathologists, we're meeting with them before trial, we're running through the photos from the autopsy, preparing them for trial. They're going through their reports, helping us understand them better so we can present it better to the jury. Meeting with digital analytics, meeting with everybody at NOPD who helps and is available and shows up to court and testifies. Using our OSINT team who can do the things that sometimes detectives don't have the time to do, and that's kind of go through the monumental amount of evidence that we get on these search warrant returns, going through open source data and finding evidence that's out there for the scouring and using that in trial. So we're really happy with the results we've had. We look forward to continuing that in the future.
Thank you, Matt. And council members, we're done with our presentation. We'd accept any questions, but I would like to say, I appreciate that Matt continues to talk about that group lift, right? It's easy to do sort of in some of the earlier work that we do, but when you're talking about a homicide, you're talking about something very serious that causes a great deal of pain for a family. So the vigor with which his team engages each of these cases, every victim witness advocate that handles a family with a soft touch, every victim and survivor who has to go through something and then engage our office, that's another relationship that's been built in the community. Each of those touches make sure that families are more likely to engage with the system, which is all important. As we talk about this group lift, we know who the most important people are. It's the victims, the witnesses, the survivors. For years, people are a little more hesitant to come and engage with the system if they feel like, I call, you don't come, or, I send my case to you and you don't really, fight for my family. The more and more that we continue to show results for families, the more that we're going to continue to have people who come to the system and participate, the more positive results we're going to come into. So, we appreciate your help. We appreciate all of our partner agencies are playing a huge role in that.
He's looking at me because he knows I'm going to say one thing at least.
Council Member Green.
Today's theme emphasizes how important it is for the law enforcement community to work together. And what I've heard today is DA working with police, sheriff's office, the U.S. attorney, the U.S. marshals, and the like. And there's a reason that crime is going down. And I think that this is not a blip. I think that some things have changed. For example, I once worked as an intern in the DA's office, and the tension, and I'm not an attorney, I did it for a summer. I was in the economic crime unit, but the tension that existed then between the NOPD and the DA was just kind of something that was a challenge. And what I see now is the DA's office embedded in each of the districts, accepting the evidence because you're able to help craft it in a way that allows it to be presented to a jury or to a judge or something like that. And also just the work that we're doing to support victims of crime. It's making a difference in people feeling that they're more comfortable testifying. They're more comfortable getting involved. And No Dice is an extension into the community that is something relatively new. So I appreciate it. I see Jessica sitting in the back very quietly there. She's so committed to the work.
She's a superstar.
He's a major part of the team. No, indispensable.
Superstar.
Yes, she's a major part of the team. But I just point her out only to say that all those interactions that I see are making a big difference. And it's great to go into communities, and we still have our big challenges, but to hear them say that they feel things are better. The 7th Ward. I went to the dedication of a church recently, and there were a couple of people who attended the community meeting because it was at the same church, and they just said those people who were at Allen Street and Hope Street who were scaring us are gone. There's a little bit less activity that suggests negativity at Hardin Park, just because there's some attention that's being brought to it. And I think some of that attention is because they saw members of the New Orleans Police Department, the Sheriff's Office, the District Attorney's Office, and others working in concert to address concerns at their community. So today's theme is a great theme in terms of there's something going on that's real positive in our system that I think we ought to continue to celebrate. And thank you all for your presentation today and your work, and I look forward to continuing to work with you.
Yes, sir. One thing I want to say about Hardin Park, and he didn't talk about it because it wasn't really a critical part of the presentation of his, but Dr. McKenna, he came out last weekend as we were playing with the kids and engaging the city agencies and talking about how to better that area, and he gave a clinic, he gave a history lesson about the greatness of Hardin Park, where it started from, and all of the notable names that came off that park, what it meant for the community. And, there were so many times that the DA just asked me to interject, continue to talk to the people because people appreciate it. There's some, newer generations who have moved into Hardin Park who didn't have the same experience that he had, hailing from that area. And it was just beautiful to have, someone who's in a notable elected position, like him, sit there and take his time to talk and make sure that people understood the sacred ground that we were standing on. So I want to shout him out for that. And also earlier I heard Captain Roberts talk a lot about the district screener program and the value, in the context of talking about the Super Bowl and talking about the Mardi Gras season and just the incidents that we didn't have to talk about, just being a hallmark of the partnership across the agencies that's happening. So we're extremely proud of being a part of that team and pleased with the outcomes.
That's it. Thank you.
Well, let me say thank you to you guys, first of all, for being patient. Like Councilmember Green, I don't think we highlight our positives enough. And if it was a different group sitting at the table, I probably wouldn't be inspired enough to share some of the information I'm going to share, but I think you guys are so qualified, to be honest with you. I think the important thing about what you all have done is the team that's been put together to support the DA and the different approach. You talked about vertical prosecution models with the different models when you talk about delivery of services, impact budgeting on communities, Dr. Cindy DeSain's study on the most disparaged areas. And I think you guys have taken an intellectual and a scientific and actually a social scientist approach to how we've dealt with prosecution, not just from a vertical model of how you put people in jail, but how you educate the public. But, and I can only say this to you guys because I think y'all are qualified, right? And I'm always impressed with the kind of marriage of the intellect and the soul that y'all have for our people in our community. But traditionally, there's been a missing piece here. In 1910, Irish and Italian immigrants were slaughtering each other here over territory. We know the 40s, 50s, and 60s with the mob and the fight in this area, high crime rate per capita over most places. City had 600,000 people. We know what happened at the end of the 60s. Black families started to break up. It was the last time 78% of black families had a male and a female head of household. The introduction of heroin and other drugs post-Vietnam. Mandatory minimums, life sentences for heroin. If you were a user, if you had a certain amount, in Louisiana that meant life sentence, right? You were just supplying yourself, but the laws were changed to impact that. Crack, 17 years, 300, 400, 424, 412, 280, 390, and on for 17 straight years. And I think you guys can help us turn the corner, because Councilmember Green, though we celebrate these successes here, it's never been sustainable. We know post-Katrina, when we hit 100 murders, we'd hardly nobody here, right? And then the Landry administration, where I think 2011 or 12, where it went to 200 more, with even fewer of the population than we had. And so I think the next step is, and I think y'all are uniquely qualified given your standing, the fact that y'all have married social scientists with prosecution as well as keeping us safe. I think the next conversation has to be about economics and with our business community. The late Peter Dangerfield did a study for TCA on abject poverty. Like I read you guys, but y'all may want to ask TCA for that copy, right? Historically, even when New Orleans has done well, there are pockets of the community that haven't been touched. Period. Crime down, but in these areas, unaffected. And traditionally, it's those 14 to 20 spots that have an effect on every other spot. Recently, the data center report on the widening of the earnings gap and the disparity gap, especially with African Americans. Here, Asians are on par with whites. Hispanics have surpassed us in household income using skilled labor. That's a whole nother conversation about math and science and technology versus using your hands when infrastructure still has to be built. In February 2024, the CNBC report that said black men and boys are being left out of the nation's economy. So if they're left out of the nation's economy, probably lessens our chance of getting them in the voting booth, right? So in this community, we know that system is dominated by that population. How do we tailor that conversation politically, socially, and economically? And I'm only asking you guys because I think y'all have shown that your intellect and your interests are there. Because if not, Councilmember Green, we're going to celebrate these successes that we all have led the way, but it's not going to be sustainable. All right? Because if the disparity gap continues to widen. If the CNBC financial report says we don't find a place for black men and boys in the economy, y'all know what you're fighting against and what we're going to have to deal with. So what I'm asking you guys to do is help us tailor something sustainable that we can present to the titans in business and industry, so that we don't just get their reaction when we're the murder capital again, like we've been in 6 different eras, or like we were in 1910, or the early part of the Gambino family in the early 60s. But so that they're looking at what you all do and taking the science, No Dice and others, and what you do, Andre, and saying that if we do these things, we're not going to hit those milestones again. And the conversation today, I think, I don't need to give y'all a lesson on those things, but I think that's the next step. I think you guys are working too hard to create a sustainable and a safe environment now where the other partners, economic and education and policy partners, what role do we have to play so that y'all efforts are sustainable? If that makes sense to you guys.
Yeah. I think it makes great sense. Yeah. If what you're seeing as our efforts are to go beyond looking at the singular criminal act, like the single armed robbery, to looking at, hey, why do we, over the course of this year, have multiple gun crimes happening in the same corner, the same neighborhood, the same ward? How do we solve the problems, those things? I think what you're doing as a natural evolution is backing out from that and saying, why is this area continually have underutilization of educational resources, underutilization of economic resources? How do we solve the long-term wealth gap that this neighborhood shows? Now, at some point, the crime-fighting effort that we have has to be backed up, in the same way that we're backing up NOPD as much as we possibly can by bringing all that in. At some point, you have to back up us by bringing in those bigger solutions. And I agree, it goes far beyond our remit as criminal justice maybe experts. But you're absolutely right that is the bigger outgrowth of where this is going. The part that we're kind of excited that we're working on and developing right now is thinking about, it's something that frankly Dr. McKenna touched upon, was about interventions. We focus so much on interventions in the juvenile justice sphere, and we focus obviously in the criminal justice sphere, although by the time they show up in my screening division, it tends to be a little bit late in the game.
Right.
But when you talk about where the most impact can be had, where the cohort of young, frankly young men, young boys in our city are being underserved by every resource imaginable, how do we get those resources to them? How do we target them to give them a leg up, to give them a chance to get out of that pattern and to build a better life for themselves in a safer community? And that is what we're working on as we speak. So we've got exciting set of ideas. We're growing right now, and we're happy to kind of grow that idea and talk to you more about how we can try to target that most vulnerable population.
Now, that's a perfect example because for those of us who move around, they're present in your system, but they're missing from the economy. Right? And you guys are doing everything you can to give us the data and the science, as well as doing your jobs. If people have earned the right to be locked up, you're doing your jobs. But I just think it's critical now that we put together a system around what you guys are doing, because y'all are doing, you almost work beyond what you're supposed to do, to be honest with you. And that's kind of crazy stuff I've been interested in and I read, but consistently I hear you guys come here to tell us what some of the solutions are beyond what y'all do. But economically, socially, and politically, we haven't really done it because y'all can't hire everybody, right? You can't educate everyone. So where does the marrying of the political system, the business community, and the school system come together to sustain what you guys are doing? Yes.
Yeah, and so it's such an important point because what we started doing with all this data is then overlaying poverty rates. So that's not to say that those that are living in these neighborhoods are the ones that are committing these crimes, or that those that live below the poverty line are the ones that are committing the crimes, but it's the dispossessed neighborhoods with blighted housing, with narcotics that are around there, or prostitution, where it makes crime easier to commit in those spots. So, but to the economic, because then we have to look at it holistically. And I think speaking towards economic mobility is key, and that's why we've partnered with NOLA Coalition. And so what NOLA Coalition will be doing is looking at the areas where No Dice is, and then bringing economic mobility summits specifically to the neighborhoods. So that means meeting community where they're at, not at some place where they can't make it while they're working. So having these economic mobility summits so that the community where we're working in, where we're building up faith-based connections, where we're building up community ideas as to what the interventions can be, they can come and see the opportunities that stand before them in New Orleans. And so we're really excited, and this is just one step of many that we want to do, all the way from third graders to those who want to move up that economic ladder. But we're thinking about that, and using that mapping is really critical to understand how we can hone in and how we can make sure that wherever we are utilizing our resources, we're getting the most bang for our buck and making sure that this city as a whole can be, healed in these neighborhoods that we're doing these interventions in.
Very important point and very profound example, especially as I jog my memory growing up in the Lower Ninth Ward. Councilmember Green, and the NOLA Coalition is important because you have a large business component there that when you talk about is the economic engine in our region, right? So the coalition, it's important that they focus on playgrounds and all of those other things and Super Bowl and those things. They have access to opportunity, right?
Yeah.
When I was a kid, the bus from Avondale or the van for Avondale would come into the Lower Ninth Ward and pick up Emmett and Mickey and his brother because there were welders in Avondale. The bus would come from the sugar factory down in the parish to pick up those guys to where the bus would come from the plants up the river to pick up that demographic to go to work where the work was.
So it's been like that, it was like that as a kid, when we watched them go to work. So what's stopping the NOAA Coalition, other Titans in business and industry, to identify those communities? You guys have worked to say, this is the demographic, this is social science in this community, this is the population. How about we use these multi-billion-dollar opportunities where someone can be an apprentice welder? Well, I know guys who used to clean up the plant who then graduated to being welders, security specialists at the plant. So I just think it's another way of looking at it. So maybe the opportunity is bringing people from those communities out to where the opportunity is. Thank you all.
Thank you. Appreciate
As
your
always,
comments on
guys, appreciate
Thank
it.
you, Councilman.
Thank you. Jessica, thank you. Motion adjourned.
I can't even...
I second my own motion. We want to thank everyone who participated today. Great meeting. Excuse the commentary, guys, but you always invoke that.
We always appreciate it.
All right. See you all later.
Thank you.
All right.
Ms. Curran, thank you so much.